Man, I was hoping I'd be able to skip a day on the streamer Hasan Piker news, the QT Cinderella, all that, but apparently, dude, stuff keeps happening. A bunch of stuff happened at Twitch. Some people got banned again. Who knows how long they're gonna be banned? I don't know. Culture is definitely shifting. A bunch of weird stuff is going on with YouTube now. I need to move my camera. There we go. We finally have some answers why YouTube's been so weird the past few months. Why views are like up and down for me and other people, and a lot of people, they're just way, way, way down, and everything just feels wrong. But I've got ways to fight it. I know how to fight against it, and it's gonna be real fun. It's gonna be real good. I was already nothing, man. I'm gonna be a real problem. I'm gonna outslop the AI slop. But first, the Twitch news. When is it gonna end? When is it gonna end? The drama, it just keeps going for days and days and days. How long has it been? How many days in a row have we been covering Twitch and all the drama slop? I need to turn my light back on. Just have to turn it. There we go. That's the lighting that I like. The US government just fucking destroyed Hasan, and it was glorious.
Welcome back to a series so influential. The US government subscribed. In today's video, the vice president is now calling out Hasan for shocking his dog. Hasan has responded. That's crazy, dude. Absolutely crashing out, blaming everybody else. Asmongold has responded.
Dude, I cannot wait to see that.
Dying laughing. Hasan is molding at Asmon, saying he would never be able to handle Hasan's level of popularity. He claims the only people that watch Asmongold are terminally online. Pot calling the kettle black here. The son of Plato himself, XQC, has responded, cooking Hasan. Hasan is now calling out Aiden Ross for not adopting his good values. Comedian Stavros is now defending Hasan, saying people only hate him because he's hot. Negative IQ streamer NMP.
Don't take anything that Stavros says completely seriously.
He has given his
we'll see.
Soda Poppin has responded, subscribe or you become as miserable as Diddy Piker.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. So Hasan apparently zapped his dog and we had a ton of stuff go down. Right, so now the vice president of the USA is calling out Hasan for shocking his dog.
Dude, absolutely
based.
This man is going to be president in 2028 if Trump isn't president again.
Post on Hasan.
He has this command place, which is basically if I snap my finger and point, he will run to that place and lay down.
You don't have to zap him.
No.
Hassan.
Not like Hasan Piker. No.
Wasn't that disgusting?
No electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is that? What does that tell you about a person?
It's just a conspiracy theory, guys. It's just a conspiracy theory. That's what I've been hearing. I can't believe you fell for this psyop.
I think it tells you that they're not, that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering to an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
True.
And that's been my experience. If you mistreat
and that
dogs,
is true.
Almost 100%.
Like, Hasan does not care about the suffering of people. He just uses the suffering of a certain group or certain groups to his advantage to garner an audience. Sign
that you're going to be a really terrible person. So it's one of the ways, we really sort of test people is if Atlas responds well to them. If they like Atlas, we know they're good people. But you can tell if somebody's really mean to animals, it's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer.
I didn't see the rest of this part. I didn't see him literally comparing him to a serial killer.
Actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started.
My God. So apparently the quote-unquote Reddit drama, as Hasan would put it, has actually reached the vice president.
That's because he's on X. Everybody's on X. And it was trending. It was very, very popular.
When I said this series is absolute cinema, my God.
Diabolical.
Now, politics aside, even if you don't like the guy, that was a very common sense take, right?
Dude, I am so happy about this.
Electrocuting a dog for daring to move from its spot after 5 to 10 hours is insane. And he's completely right. If you can actually harass and torture a living, breathing animal, something as innocent and lovable as a dog, literally man's best friend, chances are
Dude, the people up top, they've been really good at culture stuff recently. I'm all for it, man, because the government has not been part of the culture in I don't even know how long. Like, way before I was born is when it stopped. I think probably JFK, whenever that happened, that's whenever culture really shifted away from government.
You are probably a psychopath and probably
Or really, it was more like government shifted away from culture.
capable of some truly heinous evil shit, even to humans. When you're such a prolific animal abuser that the vice president of the United States of America steps in to publicly destroy you, Hasan Piker's animal torture is now solidified in US history.
That's crazy.
I'm shocked, and it's just got
Dude, we've been having historical moments, like great historical moments, the past few days. I think it started with the Halo Trump memes from the White House and GameStop. Dude, absolute cinema.
It's just Gaia looking at the screen. The drama continues. This is literally my face right now when I heard this news. This is actually me. Lol. And then after this clip, he says,
I just laughed out loud.
how did Freddy Krueger get started? Well, one of the things they show is young Freddy Krueger torturing animals.
I can't believe this is where it's come to serial killer levels of absolutely diabolical memery.
He's being compared to an actual serial killer, bro. It's crazy. Hasan unfortunately opened up the leftist movement to a free, easy dunk for the Trump admin. All Vance has to do is spread the correct and factual narrative that Hasan lied about, and he wins. Hope more people now realize we need different and more honest figureheads on the left. This is absolutely entirely...
At the very least, we need the memes. That's all I care about. I care about having fun and, like, good vibes. I declare that the government becomes a memocracy. It's a new form of government that I made up. I take all the credit.
Hasan's fault. Anyways, Hasan has responded and is absolutely molding.
How disgusting is that? What does that tell you about a person?
Well, I think it tells you that they're not. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person. So
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog, so he knows that it is not an abusive practice. And
Yeah, but the way you go about it, bro.
he is still leaning into this fucking idea that I'm like abusing my dog. Which
Wah! Wah! All I hear from these people is fucking crying. All the time, dude. This is the internet. You can't be mad. JD Vance is part of the internet. Stop being so mad. Fuck.
which is crazy because hello, Kristi Noem.
Oh my god, with the Kristi Noem. Dude, every fucking time. I love it. I love it so much.
The secretary of the Department of Homeland Security shot her puppy.
Don't you know there's a genocide going on? That's basically the same thing as this. He points out something worse that somebody did, like, I'm not bad because this person is worse.
Point blank. His execution style.
Nobody knows who Kristi Noem is.
And then threw the puppy's body in a goddamn landfill in front of construction workers. And the only reason why we know about it is because she wrote about it in her book. What is happening?
What happened, Hasan, is that you're getting absolutely shit on for doing something horrible, right?
Yeah, and then getting mad on the internet about it is making it much, much worse. Like, why are you talking about it? Stop talking about it. He can't help it. He's such a narcissist. He has to try and change the narrative, and it's making everything crazier. And he's so stupid that he can't see that.
You got leftists, rightists, and everyone in between calling you out for being a piece of shit, and that is not very hard to understand. Also, this guy always tries to muddy the waters. Obviously, spot training is not the problem, you absolute bumbling moron.
Yeah, he tries to muddy the waters, but then he doesn't realize that it's only his mud in the water.
This on purpose, honestly. You know the problem is the abuse of the shot caller, but he purposely makes the conversation about the place command so that the negative IQ brain dead zombies in his chat continue to support him. Also, he brought up some random example of, oh, this other person also did something bad. I mean, how is that relevant? like, oh, other guys mistreat their dogs as well. I mean, who cares? Here's some advice from Hamas Diddy Piker here, right? Next time you get caught with grand larceny, just say that other people commit crimes too. I'm sure the judge will absolutely accept that defense, right? Hey guys, Hasan is talking about politics. See, no one cares because you abuse your dog.
Fuck yeah, dude.
If the word deflect had a clip, dude, this is in the Hamas Piker playbook. You gotta go to chapter 45, right? His fans, oh, right? So then he just calls it Reddit drama.
It is so transparent that these people not only do not give a shit about animal welfare.
Really? No, it's not Reddit drama. It's X drama.
They don't give a shit about human welfare either. Because remember, this is the vice president we're talking about. The vice president of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama while we're at the precipice.
And he still calls it Twitter.
Of 40 million American citizens losing their SNAP benefits. As in 40 million Americans are about...
Don't you know there's a genocide going on?
To starve.
Like, nobody fucking cares, bro. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. And by the way, I'm gonna talk about some food stamps later, man. I got some things to say about it. I got a video coming up.
About to starve in 2 days because the administration does not want to use the existing $6 billion.
Okay, well, they do want to use it. Hang on, I gotta show you something. Here we go. Here's the USDA website. Let me move down a little bit. I'm gonna read this out loud so you ain't gotta. But this whole orange thing at the top. The actual USDA website. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamps program, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. I actually didn't know that's what it stood for. Bottom line, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. Damn. Holy shit, I cannot believe that. Yeah, we're definitely going to get into that later.
That they have in their contingency funds to keep giving money to people. They are going to go to food banks. Will not be able to make up for the lack of SNAP benefits that they get.
Okay, again, just a reminder, I don't discuss politics on this channel. Whatever the heck he was yapping about there, I don't
fuck food stamps.
really know if it's accurate or not. If it's Hasan's reporting, I imagine there's something off with it or whatever. But anyways, just look how he's trying to distract people. Oh, you can't call me out for electrocuting my dog because look at this other issue here. Look at this other person here. Bro is floundering like Flats the Flounder from SpongeBob. That's literally him. Buddy is built like that as well. It's diabolical. Look at him. Also, I would like to bring your guys' attention to Kaya over here. The poor dog actually understands what's going on. She's like, please help me, you know, save me from Hasan Piker's stream. I don't even care about the shocks, actually. Shock me a million times. Just don't make me listen to his streams again. Anything but that. Moving on to Asmongold's response.
So
yes,
apparently JD Vance is...
Dude, Hasan's getting absolutely cooked. People don't do this for him. His orbiters do this, but then they get shit on by us.
talking about Hasan.
He has this command place, which is basically
Oh no!
Yeah.
like every serial killer ever
Yeah.
has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started.
He just goes all the way. Oh no, he did not like this, bro. He did not look, bro. He did not like this.
So he knows that it is not an abusive practice. And yet
It's not what he said. That's nothing to do with what he said. How do you have a degree in political science and communications and you don't even understand what he said? It had nothing to do with place training. It had everything to do with how the training was administered.
which is crazy because, hello, Christy Nome.
He thinks it's such like a high standard that he had to meet in order to have a degree in poli-sci, he calls it. Like, bro, really, that just shows us how low the standards are.
I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single person who thinks that the peak of activism should be...
Look, why are you getting mad on
Every
the
time this
internet?
drama, like Hasan will do this thing where he'll be like, I'm above the drama, but then I'll talk about it and it will reveal that he knows everything about it.
It's like, okay, yeah, sure.
Oh my god, bro. Hasan Piker meltdowns have got to be my favorite show in the entire world. I need to pour myself an ice cold glass of lemonade to enjoy the shit.
That looks like urine.
Bro is just having a complete and utter mental breakdown. He just can't fathom that even the vice president is calling him out. He just can't handle people actually prolonging this drama, right? Because he wanted so badly to move on from this, right? To move on from Collargate. He was talking about how everybody's gonna forget about this in a week, you know? They're just
How long has it been? How many weeks? 3, 4?
gonna move on. They're gonna
Just
go to
got
the next
worse.
chapter, whatever. But it's just not happening, right? And I think if Trump actually talks about it, Hasan might
dude.
legit just blow up. He's like, his cells would spontaneously combust or something. Also, good point about his degree. Just the other day, just last episode, Hasan was bragging about his degree in political science, right? And like communication or whatever.
I'm one of the very few people on the internet that quite literally does have the proper accreditation for it. I literally went to college for this and got a degree for this.
By the way, that makes everything worse for him. The fact that he has a degree. Because we're just gonna make fun of him more. Like, for example, this right here that we're doing right now.
Specifically.
And this guy cannot even interpret basic English. And this guy wants to make it so that the only people who can talk on the internet
Dude, he's literally just sniffing his own farts.
people
That's
with
what
these
that
sort of
is.
degrees, right? And this is the result. This is the result of that. There's nothing wrong with having some qualifications or whatever to get a job or whatever, but don't mistakenly assume that it makes you smarter than anybody else, because then you end up like Hasan Piker here, where you think you're the smartest person in the world, but you're an actual moron, right? And I feel like anytime this guy speaks
He's a fucking eraser head, is what he is.
or interprets a news story, he runs it through the Hasan Piker mind filter and just converts it into something else, right? Like he was talking about shocking his dog, and Hasan immediately goes, well, he was talking about the place command, when that wasn't the crux of his criticism. Apparently the communication guy cannot interpret anything. Hasan being called out by everyone seems to do serious mental damage to him. I think Hasan Piker
Dude, I wish people were calling me out for everything. I'd push back, I'd make fun of them back.
just went speechless for the first time in his life. At this point, I'm waiting for aliens to arrive on Earth, make first contact, and then immediately start roasting Hasan. Imagine, we finally encounter aliens in a spaceship, and the first transmission we get is that, did Hasan Piker shock his dog? That would be cinema. I'm telling you guys.
Dude, somebody needs to make it. Somebody needs to make a video of it, like an AI alien making fun of Hasan. Like, we have come to Earth to make fun of Hasan Piker.
Aliens are watching the legendary series. Everybody in the galaxy is subscribed. And I'm telling you, he understood what Vance said.
We noticed this giant person called Frogan, and it led us here to make fun of Hasan Piker.
Yeah, he probably did, and he purposely chose not to. Or he's just stupid. I don't know. This will always be his legacy, and he will never escape this. Never let him forget this. Just like we always bring up Mike from PA being a terminal simp anytime he tries to act hard, you should always bring up Hasan shocking his dog anytime he tries to be taken seriously at all. A third color has struck the White House. Seeing Hasan squirming and trying everything in the communist playbook to get out of accountability for thunderbolting his dog. Moving on to Hasan
The
calling out
memes.
Asmongold. Hasan thinks Asmon wouldn't be able to handle the same level of scrutiny that he gets.
What the fuck are you talking about? The reason Asmon doesn't get as much scrutiny as Hasan is because he just shits all over people. Hasan has no idea how to do that. He just gets mad.
I do find a lot of this to be repulsive, and I do think that the average person, like,
he always brings up the average person, like the average person watches his kind of content when he's only got like 40,000 viewers.
I'll keep it a $1.50. If Asmongold had the same level of scrutiny from the same dedicated smear campaigners that I have, or even a fraction of the attention, I think he would be ritually.
If he had a fraction of the attention. Like, dude, this guy. Does he not realize that he looks like a wine-drinking socialist?
Humiliated on the timeline. Now, obviously, he is incapable of feeling shame. That's why he constantly promotes
Like, you see how popular I am, guys? I'm so much more popular than Asmongold. Which isn't true, by the way. Like, if that was true, then he would be seeing Asmongold numbers on his YouTube channel.
The fact that he doesn't shower or even hypes up and embellishes.
When they can't win, they go for insults. Every time.
How little he cares about drinking water, for example. Like, he's exaggerating. Like, he knows that that's like a marketable position.
Feels good.
For
That's all he's got. That's all he's got. He's got nothing else on Asmongold other than insults.
A lot of the people that also exhibit his lifestyle that spend every waking moment online. Okay?
Bro, that's what he does. That's literally what you do, bro. Like, come on. And okay, whatever.
He likes it. He likes when people go crazy over this stuff. When he says like, oh, I'm not showering because it's like fucked up my evolution or whatever. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's because it's literally become a meme, Asmon and his lifestyle. The same thing with XQC in his room. It's just like a funny thing or whatever. Now, about the shower thing, the thing is, Asmon is unapologetically himself. He's not like a fake person. He doesn't try to put on a persona.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck. And you do give a fuck, and that's why you get shit on constantly.
No, whatever, which is very rare, right? And that's why so many people are gravitating towards him. And yes, it is pretty disgusting. Everybody knows that, but they like him anyways, right? Because he's not trying to give you a course on cleanliness or something like that. It is completely unrelated to his content. But I think what Hasan should be thinking about is that what does it say about him, right? That people like a guy covered in cockroaches who doesn't shower, who uses dead rats as alarm clocks, apparently doesn't drink water and all this other insane shit, right? And they like him more than you. I mean, just think about how unlikable that makes you, Hasan. Your only job was to actually be more likable than the Roach King, and you couldn't even do that. In fact, I don't know why he's even pointed this out, because it's just embarrassing for him. Also, this man just said that Asmon...
What was that? What was that? Hold on.
He's even pointed this out because it's just embarrassing for him.
Damn it.
Also,
oh, it was just a bad cut. Okay.
So this man just said that Asmon doesn't even get a fraction of the attention or the scrutiny. Are you fucking delusional, man? Asmon literally
He's
gets more
Delulu.
scrutiny than you just by virtue of being more popular. He's 10 to 50 times more popular than you. How can you possibly argue that he doesn't get scrutinized as much? And there's a bunch of like insane Hasan orbiters and stuff, obviously looking for any way to portray him in the worst light ever. You have your whole fucking complex over there, including a bunch of journalists who specifically have this job to make your ops look bad. Now, the only reason more controversial clips of Hasan are going viral on Twitter is because he says insanely dumb shit on a near daily basis. If you just take an...
I love it. I love how stupid this guy is because he doesn't realize it. And you know what that makes him? That makes him a lol cow. He's even brought it up before, the fact that people call him a lol cow. But and he doesn't think he is. He's not self-aware, which is another trait of a lol cow.
Aggregate of the short form views, obviously Asmongold goes viral way more because he has a bunch of short channels as well, but those aren't in a negative light. He's usually just going viral for random reaction clips or
dude, Darkside Phil is more likable than Hasan Piker.
whatever, whereas for Hasan it's usually because he said something so fucking unhinged that every normal person had to come out of the woodworks and go, this guy's insane, right? So then he says that most people don't know who Asmon is.
The reality of the matter is, he's been able to carve out a place for himself without actually getting a lot of scrutiny from the broader public. Most people don't know who the fuck he is, but people online who spend every waking moment online do.
Dude, everybody's online. Literally everybody's on. I don't know anybody who's not online. And I mean, they're not spending every waking moment like he's talking about. Everybody that I know knows who Asmongold is. Only like 2 or 3 people that I know who Hasan Piker is, and that's because I've brought him up.
Know who he is. You're better than doing an ad hominem, man. Brother, an ad hominem would imply that I'm name calling him. Nothing I said about Asmongold so far is something that he hasn't divulged himself. The reason why you think this is actually like name calling him is because you
haven't we been here before? Have we not been here before? He has literally said this same shit. Are we just going through cycles? Am I experiencing deja vu right now?
Who also are kind of embarrassed by the fact that your favorite content creator or someone that you frequently watch has horrible hygiene practices that he unironically presents and promotes as a positive.
Okay, first off, immediately lying. Asmon does not promote his lifestyle as a positive. In fact, he repeatedly says, do not live like me, right? Do not become like me, because he knows his lifestyle is horrible for him, right? He knows he's a victim to his own sort of upbringing and addictions and habits. He's aware that it's not healthy. And that's why people sort of respect that. They know he's living this life or whatever, and he never tells anybody else to actually follow in his footsteps. Quite literally the opposite, right? Meanwhile, Hasan wants to serve as an example of how to live an exemplary life, right? Meanwhile, living in a $3 million mansion, buying supercars, designer clothes, yet Asmon is actually living like the socialist, buying a $2 steak. It's so funny because in a weird, twisted way, Asmon is everything Hasan wishes he could be, right? Other than the hygiene
That is
stuff,
true.
of course. Now,
Well, Hasan doesn't actually wish that he was a socialist. He just pretends to be because it's popular for the audience that he is trying to garner.
this bozo
A bunch of violent leftist freaks. That's who he wants to be in his audience, so he can control them to be more violent leftist freaks.
also said that people don't know who Asmon is unless they spend a lot of time online or if they're like terminally on Ryan, right? First off, literally the exact same thing can be said about you, right? Obviously, you are also online, buddy. Second off, most people spend a lot of time online, right? Yes, there's a lot of people who also, solely live in the real world and they never log on to Reddit or Twitter or YouTube or anything, but the overwhelming majority of people spend time on social media, right? This is why the online world influences a lot of real life. And this is the same reason why you're a fucking danger to society with your nonstop terrorist propaganda.
And that's why we have to make this movement bigger. This meme movement. This meme-ment. Where we just shit on absolutely everybody and everything, including ourselves and our friends and each other. And like, we're all from dust, man. And from dust, or to dust, we will return. We're all dust.
Not called a roach king for nothing. He has had a lot of scrutiny. He lives like a fiend. He got canceled, removed from OTK for an opinion, and nobody can collab with him without getting canceled. It's Hasan that is struggling with scrutiny for the first time. Asmon doesn't portray himself as a journalist like Hasan. The entire left shits on Asmon. It's just that you have more haters, and those haters are from every faction. Yeah, that's the thing with Hasan, is that people on the right, left, middle, and everybody else has no problem shitting on him because the controversies...
Yeah, and it's the exact opposite for Asmongold. Like, right, left, middle, love Asmongold. And yeah, he's got haters, but man, at least he's like open and honest, and if he says something stupid, he's not trying to portray himself as smart.
Gets into are apolitical. You're zapping your dog, you fucking idiot. He gets more views than you. You clearly are mentioning his hygiene to try to belittle and insult him. This clip shows why people dunk on you mercilessly. Hasan, most people don't know who Asmongold is. Meanwhile, Asmon 50k, Hasan 30k. No, there was this one day.
Yeah, and that's just on Twitch. Not to mention Kick, not to mention X, YouTube, especially YouTube.
Spring in 1995 when Hasan actually had the same viewer count as Asmongold. Also, Asmon was multi-streaming, but Hasan will never let you forget it. I almost had the popularity of Asmongold, guys. Right, so then Hasan calls out Asmon for not debating him, calls out Asmon for ducking a convo. Right, so a chatter commented this: you and Zach actually agree on many issues, but y'all will never know because it's more lucrative for y'all to talk about and around each other instead of directly to each other. No bad faith, y'all. Chill. Just gotta warn the Hasan mob before they're sick.
I already know what Hasan will do if him and Asmongold have a conversation. Asmongold will say something that Hasan disagrees with. Hasan will yell over him, call him a Nazi, call him racist, even though he's the one who's racist. Even though he's the one, kind of a Nazi. The same thing he does with every conversation, every debate that he's ever had with anybody who disagrees with him.
On this guy.
His response was, I don't talk to terrorists. He's also, I saw a clip yesterday where he said, you won't talk to him. You've reached out though. So he's just straight up not telling the truth or lying by omission. No, he is just straight up telling his audience an alternative version of events. There has never been a moment where I have refused to talk to Asmongold. Okay? Anytime, any place.
Yeah, but yeah. He hasn't outright been like, no, but he'll be like, hey man, you want to have a conversation? And Asmongold will be like, I'm just gonna ignore that, and then Hasan Piker just ignores it, and vice versa. Is probably going both ways, both ignoring each other. And I don't give a shit.
So one must ask the question why he routinely finds different reasons as to why he won't talk. And when you're questioning that, you should also question why he consistently presents me as a terrorist, a danger, one that needs to be prosecuted by the government, and how that matches up with his supposedly pro-First Amendment values. Why would I be worried about talking to Asmongold when I was literally supposed to debate Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
My God. My God. That, two different people. Two different people with different views. Like,
Hasan, I wonder what happened to Charlie Kirk then. Yeah, that's right. He was fucking assassinated by some psycho freak lunatic. In fact, it was a radical far lefty freak just like you. And as we know, Hasan just loves terrorism and supporting terrorists. Maybe he doesn't want to die, Hasan. Maybe that's a reason. Or maybe it's because you literally implied that he murdered his mom, right? There's no point in talking to a pathological liar. I mean, we all saw your debate with Ethan Klein, right? You got absolutely...
But I think if Asmongold and Hasan Piker had a conversation, Asmongold would absolutely destroy him. But you know what I want to see more than that? I want to see Asmongold and Nux. If Asmongold and Nux had a conversation, oh, bro, I bet Nux would 1000% do that.
Bodied, and then what did you do?
But he's basically Nuxamort. He's Voldemort to these people. They won't mention him.
Actually, logically, reasonably talking it out, you just scream and call the other person a racist piece of shit and try to slander them, calling them all sorts of names.
You fucking moron! You racist piece of shit!
What?
Because Iraq and then Iraqis...
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
So how do you debate with someone like that? And I think one of Hasan's big...
Dude, that was so embarrassing. That was so fucking embarrassing. He's never gonna live any of this shit down. And we're just, the compilations are getting bigger and longer.
His fans, Sasha Grey proved it, right? When evidence is presented in front of their face, they turn off the screen.
There's no tape. You cannot cut the prongs off. And the cope is so hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
I'm all for having conversations or whatever, but when the other side is not open to changing their minds and viewpoints, instead of trying to convince a cult leader to change his opinion, which he's never going to do, instead you go after the general public and try to just present them with the facts and evidence.
Yeah, there almost wouldn't be a point to have a conversation with them other than it just being content.
Let them come to their own conclusions. And that is exactly what we did with the shock collar situation. We overlaid the color. We found the exact model. We found all the corroborating evidence, right? We got all the testimonies from the Hasan orbiters as well. QT revealed, right? Who goes to his house, revealed the information.
Yeah, also, why would a millionaire get the shock collar and make it not a shock collar? Why not just go out and actually get the vibration collar? Because he's lying!
Was covered by a tape and the prongs were taken off and proved it's a shock collar, right?
Yeah, that's not what he said at first.
And once we've presented that evidence to the public comes to a conclusion that Hasan likely shocked his dog, right? And at that point, you don't need to have a debate, right? You have just proved it without actually engaging with the party at all. Also, it's not like Asmon wants you to be prosecuted by the US government. He just wants existing laws to be enforced, right? On Twitch or in general society. So if you violate TOS, you deserve a ban. If you violate laws, you deserve to be put in prison. It is simple as that. Nobody's asking for a brand new rule to be made and specifically enforced on Hasan Piker. We're just asking for actual equality, actual fairness, and you to actually face consequences for what you've done, like advocating murder.
You would kill Rick Scott.
Asmongold should tell Hasan he'll debate him if Hasan debates Destiny first. Why debate someone that is intellectually dishonest and gaslights obvious truths? Some people cannot be reasoned with. I'm sorry. Like, someone like Hasan...
Yeah, somebody who is a fucking demon. You can't reason with the devil. Like, that's such a true statement here. And I think that Hasan actually probably is a demon possessing a body with no soul.
Hasan Piker First off, he's not going to let you talk. Second off, he's just not going to be honest and he's going to deny reality. You cannot engage with a fucking schizo who's going to lie to you about every single thing. Like, you just can't have a debate. Moving on to the man with the highest recorded IQ in the galaxy, XQC. XQC is confused.
The dog was, guys, what one is it? Guys, I forgot. Guys, what page are we on? I completely forgot. Guys, forgot what page of the book we're in. Because I think last time I checked, there was 19 pages of the what happened that day book.
Into this fucking idea that I'm
the gates being a baby, and the gates, dude,
like abusing my dog.
What? Hasan Abbey. Now, even if the dog collar gate was all fake, even in the realm where it was all fake, I'm going to entertain that. Okay, it's all fake. Cool. What about the clip of him pulling the dog's tail? Okay, let's say that's Photoshop and ketchup. Oh, good. Let's say these are both fake. What about the one where the collar's so tight and whatever, and the dog is bleeding?
No, stop. Do not ask.
He could keep going, too. There's so much. There's so much. What about him calling for the death of people and celebrating the death of people? And after Charlie Kirk was killed, singing Bella Ciao. What about all that?
Ask him about the clips. It's out of context. Don't you understand? The context was that he yanked his dog's tail because, you know, he was looking at Asmon's view count and he got very mad. You just gotta understand the context, guys. Come on. Also, I love the way he said his name. Hasan Abbey. Moving on to Hasan calling out Aiden Ross. Now, context, he's talking about how he's like the dad of streaming and he's like sort of teaching everybody good values. And he brings up Jason the Ween as well. Hasan reflects on Aiden Ross being one of his biggest failures. Buddy, what are you talking about? You didn't like incubate this guy.
I need that shirt now. Jason is also someone who's learned a lot from you. Yeah, exactly. Like,
I hate that he also likes Cowboy Bebop. He probably doesn't. He's probably pretending. I got a Cowboy Bebop right here.
Like, there are failures throughout my career. I've had very high-profile failures. Chat calling Jason a right-wing shithead is insane. No one is calling Jason in this community a right-wing shithead. What are you talking about? We literally have we have an emote dedicated to Jason. The f do you mean?
I just think it's funny that he likes One Piece and he likes Cowboy Bebop and a lot of pop culture things that can't exist if the government runs the way he wants a government to run.
No one is saying that or doing that. As a matter of fact, these are people I collab with and I will continue to collaborate with, and ain't nobody can tell me otherwise. And if anyone has an issue about that, they can suck me from the back, okay? That's always been...
What the fuck?
That's always been my take. And I have always demonstrated patience, and that has led to some very high-profile fuck-ups and failures. Aiden Ross is one of the best examples of that, right? Like, I tried so fucking hard with Aiden. I tried my very best to make sure.
I wonder what Aiden's numbers are like. I bet they're way more than Hasan Piker's.
That he did not like become a right-wing shithead, but the money was too good and the feelings were too, you know, he just felt too hot about eating Andrew Tate's ass. Like, he just wanted to do that.
Dude, I remember when all that was going down. I was watching it. Absolute cinema. And it was definitely embarrassing, but he was owning it. And it was hilarious, dude.
Tried very hard. So what exactly did you do, Hasan, besides sucking on terrorist schlong 24/7, firmly grasping it?
Yeah, projection. Every fucking time with these people, man. They do nothing but project and lie and manipulate, misconstrue. And it just ends up being the thing that they're doing. They're all horrible people.
I mean, if anything, you probably turned him away from the left. You probably pushed him more to the right because he saw how regarded you were, right? And he thought that, okay, well...
Yeah, also the fans. The fans are the worst part because there's a lot more of them.
I don't want that. I want the opposite of that, right? And I don't know why he's talking about Aiden Ross like he's his Padawan and he's like the Jedi who trained him or something. And then Aiden Ross turned to the dark side like Darth Vader or something. I mean, I guess it fits in line with the Star Wars universe, But yeah, considering you're Palpatine Piker, I guess what, Aiden Ross is Darth Maul, or like what? Okay, I'm trying to fit this in. It's not really a thing. But also by that logic, aren't you Destiny's biggest failure, because Destiny is the one who literally gave you your start and gave you your career as well, and now he hates you so much. Also kind of goes both ways here, and you didn't even give Aiden Ross his career, so I don't know what he's talking about. Also, I just love how he says, we love Jason the Win, guys.
I think he's just mad that he met the president and Hasan Piker did not meet the president.
Coincidentally, right? Not relevant at all, but Jason the Wayne has the highest sub count on Twitch right now. So interesting how Hasan just happens to love this guy, right? Also, Jason, from what I understand, is not really political. He just does random IRL streams with FaZe guys, and Hasan desperately wants to believe they align on every viewpoint or whatever. I think they are sort of like friends in that friend group of Valkyrie, Q.
You don't want it, dude. You do not want it. Do not connect yourself to Hasan Piker, even if you are friends IRL. You don't want that smoke, dude.
Hasan,
you will
whatever,
get humiliated.
But they're like streamer friends, as Ludwig would put it, right? They're not going to each other's funeral or whatever. But you know, I know the perfect test for your friendship. Go tell Jason to stay on stream. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's like high school friendships when you're in the popular crowd, you know? It's like the only reason you're even friends with a lot of these people is because you're in the same popular crowd. You're in the same popular group. And you wouldn't be friends if you weren't in the same group.
Of Hasan Piker. I love and agree with all of his politics. Let's see how that goes down, because you know, you're just such good friends, right? I'm sure he'd have no problem. But yeah, it's okay. One by one, we're slowly converting everybody to the Hasan hater squad, right? In time, everybody will come to the right side of history. So if you didn't allow Hasan to groom you into supporting terrorism, you're a failure by his standards. Aiden Ross unironically has more political impact than Hasan ever will. Trump thanked him in the victory speech. By the way, I think Aiden just said that he's completely staying away from politics now, and the second he like unlisted his Trump video or whatever, he got a bunch of more like people reaching out, brand deals, sponsors, and a bunch of people who wanted to collab. So he's staying away from politics entirely now. So could be like a new change or whatever.
Yeah, good.
Moving on to the comedian that Hasan had on stream before. Before he was kind of jokingly roasting Hasan, and now he's completely glazing him, saying that people only hate him because he's hot. Stavi and Gianmarco defend Hasan and Collargate.
Loses his dog. Yeah, well, and then the second I walked in there, into his home, and like the dog comes up and runs to me, I'm like, this is crazy.
No, there's no way. I mean,
this is insane.
You know, that's funny because I didn't even think about the context because of you not really knowing that world. But like, when in doubt, it's just guys mad at Hasan. Yeah, he is the biggest lightning rod because like between yeah, I mean literally he's they act towards Hasan the way they think he acts to his dog, where it's like he's like. You have far left politics, which immediately kind of, you know, people attack you for whatever. But then he's just a piece of ass. And what most of the, and he's rich, and what most of the
well, him being rich definitely is a problem because he's a socialist. You can't be rich in socialism.
He's like the perfect guy in a lab. He's like a hot Muslim who fucking like talks about left politics and got rich off their
he doesn't know
video games, but,
he's about to find out. He's about to find out because he's gonna get his ass roasted now by the entire internet. They're gonna be sending him the clips. Be like, dude, you know you're literally supporting a terrorist supporter. Like, that's what's going on here, and you have no idea. You might want to just stay out of the political realm, man, because it's on fire over here.
Talks about, you know, how Trump is bad on it, and it's like, of course, it's like you invented a guy for the stereotypical like groiper, incel, you know, whatever fan to be mad at. Having said that, he is a piece of shit. He's a Turkish dog as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want to. Do not clip me. Whatever you do not clip me giving him compliments. Yeah, that is my one thing. I would like. I don't want to be seen on the record as.
Well, he is completely wrong about the first half, and the second half, he is right. I don't know about Turkish dog, but like, maybe, I don't know, man. This was just not the right move. Why would you even talk about this?
Supporting Hasan too much. because I also hate him for those exact reasons.
Yeah.
And I am looking forward to his inevitable downfall when the Trump-controlled media does take his Twitch account away.
Yes,
that'll be the one silver lining.
Oh boy!
Oh my God, this guy is.
It's like he's still roasting the fuck out of him. It's almost like he's acknowledging what he is. I'm on board. I'm on board with that take.
So spineless, and not because he's a talking tub of lard, but actually because he says something and then he immediately goes, oh well, I didn't mean it, guys, please. You know, he's saying it as a joke, but it's obvious that he's also scared of backlash. I mean, if you're actually in love with him, then don't put us in that boat, right? That guy is fucking repulsive to any sane human.
Didn't their people go to war? Stavros is Greek and Hasan is Turkish. He should not be complimenting him.
Right? Who looks at a word coming out of his mouth. Also, what are these arguments? Oh yeah, people just hate him because of far left politics or whatever. You mean supporting terrorists? Yes, people hate him because he supports.
I don't think that Stavros and people like Stavros, these celebrity types, these Hollywood wannabes, and the Hollywood people, the Hollywood used to be's, I don't think they know anything about what actual leftists think. I think they just don't care about politics and they jump on board because it's popular.
Terrorist, bro. Like, I think that's a pretty reasonable opinion to have. Right, so he also says that it's just guys, man, right? According to him, girls cannot be mad at Hasan Piker. Sorry to break it to you, but plenty of girls do not like Hasan. You're basically saying that girls are too stupid and will like him regardless because he's hot. Like, which, I mean, if you're a 40-year-old cat lady like Taylor Lorenz,
I know some 40-year-old cat ladies who do not like Hasan Piker.
Then yes, I guess that would be the case. But normal people with the basic level of common sense can understand he's just an unlikable person and a douchebag and a piece of shit, right? Plenty of women watch these videos, obviously, and do not like Hasan. So that's automatically proven wrong, and it appears this guy just has a crush on him or something. I don't know. Right, so then they defend Hasan in the shock collar thing in like the worst way.
When we lose freedom of the press, will that Hasan will have to go back
while
to
he's on stream.
Yeah.
The chat will be like, look behind you, look behind you, look behind you. It was more just like the thing of where I had my it's how video can paint a narrative, and in my mind I think the thing I was like yeah, it isn't fair to make a dog stay in frame all the time. Like it's got to be. It like started to bleed in,
hilarious.
And then you're there and you're like the dog's wandering around, and there's this gigantic fucking dog is just lying down next to my leg, and you're like, yeah, dogs lie down.
Yeah,
but it didn't convince me, but it did get under my skin enough that I was like, am I making a bad decision right now? And then I walked in there and I swear to
dude, you need to see the I mean, Hasan says it all the time. It's out of context because you saw all that stuff out of context in your own brain wanting to defend a fellow leftist. You need to see all of the pro-terrorism, the Bella Ciao video. You need to see all of that because that's what all led to this point. I just think it's hilarious that Collargate has lasted this long and so many people know about it, and it's even got worked its way to the vice president, which most definitely made its way to the president. I love this arc that we're in of the internet. It's so crazy, man.
God, the second I saw the dog, I was like, you idiot.
Right.
How powerful this.
Yeah. That's crazy because
so many clips and these Twitch streamers, they're on camera.
Yeah.
I think
their whole time. I mean,
whole time.
Their whole life is on camera.
There's 3 clips where Hasan moves his hand like this and the dog goes like this and you go, it's a shock.
Yeah.
Wow. So this brain dead moron literally saw the clip, right? He saw the clip and went, yeah, this looks bad, guys. He totally shocked that dog. And now,
yeah, there's also multiple clips of him doing that. He just that one time forgot to mute the video.
Now he's like, oh, well, I saw the dog days later and she came up to me or whatever and she looks okay. What a dumbass. I mean, absolutely.
Has he never met a person that abuses their animals? Because even like actually known abused animals will do that. Like, what the fuck what kind of world do these people live in? Do they just live in a world where everybody is just really decent people? Because holy shit, I know so many people that in public and in front of people, they're all right. But once you live with them, once you get to really know them, they're fucking monsters. And in my world, you can't get away from people like that because they're everywhere. And a lot of people are connected to shitty people. A lot of people that I love love really shitty people that I do not like.
Zero IQ. Why do these people have this podcast and have these mics, dude? I just don't understand. It's crazy. I mean, I don't even know who this other guy is. I guess they're comedians or whatever, but stick to comedy instead of talking about shit you have.
This guy, he's just not saying anything. Good on you. Nobody's gonna know about you in the political sphere for this one.
Zero idea about, because it's honestly,
he's just catching collateral damage.
Embarrassing. I genuinely don't think Stavros looked into anything Hasan has been criticized for. He probably just takes Hasan's word for it and doesn't give it another thought. Doesn't excuse the fact that he sounds like an idiot here, but that's likely why.
Well, I mean, he is an idiot. He won't deny that. He is an idiot. He's a degenerate. He's all the things that I say that everybody say that I am. He's in all the racisms. He's all the misogynists. You know, he's all those things. He's a fucking moron. And I embrace him. He's just got to be a little bit more informed.
I imagine he just shares Hasan's politics, right? He's like a lefty or whatever, and he thinks, well, Hasan's the leader of the left here, which is just not true.
I can tell you, Stavros is not a lefty, even if he's got some leftist point of views, such as myself. I think he's just non-political. I think that he does not care about politics whatsoever, and he's just reacting to things online like I do. I just kind of made it a show.
It can't be that he says horrible shit online. It can't be that he runs his mouth and is unlikable. It can't be that he associates with the biggest degenerates online and is the worst community on the internet. No, he's just a perfect punching bag for the conservatives. F off. No, Kaya, no. A guy glazing a guy and ignoring that he shocks dogs. Why are you gay? This dude has Hasan's pee-pee stuck down his throat. That's what I thought as well. I mean, just the way he's talking, he's like, oh my god, he's so hot. He sounds like Taylor Lorenz, bruh. Moving on to moron streamer NMP. Now, he's been on the channel before for making fun of dead kids.
Here we go.
Joke, doubling down a bunch of times, defending Hasan a ton because he's a complete moron. Right, so his co-host Soda Poppin thinks it was a shock collar. NMP claims he's never seen the clip.
Let me ask you, Hasan.
There's no fucking way. No fucking way he hasn't seen the clip. Unless he's got somebody curating his Twitter feed, his X feed. He's on Twitter, actually.
His dog. Do you think he did it?
Shocked his dog? Yes.
Wow.
I think he did shock his dog. And I think there is... I saw somewhere that... He wants his dog on that elevated bed.
Why?
Because it helps the dog's joints. I don't know how true that. I'm not a fucking
I think that is
vet.
true because I think
okay.
I heard that about Buddy too.
But something irks me the wrong way that area, that bed is perfectly in place in cam. Why not have more beds?
Maybe
in the
so he
house,
can
I
just
guess?
see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of arguments that go somewhat in his favor, but at the same time, I still don't think that brings up a shock collar as the answer.
Maybe
for something like that.
Maybe that's what, you know.
It just rubs me the wrong way.
His trainer said.
And the thing is, I'd listen to a trainer.
I wouldn't. Fuck trainers, man. They're like, the way a trainer told me that I should be training my dog, fuck that. I want my dog to be free, have her own personality. I don't want her personality to just be like all of the things that I trained her to do.
I don't know. But something rubs me the wrong way. Shock collar.
Especially a trainer in California. Could you fucking imagine a trainer for celebrities?
Place, you know, in a fucking corner in the room. Something rubs me the wrong way with it.
What do you mean place? Is that what he said?
That's what he says, place. That's
you know,
actually,
you know what's funny?
My trainer was telling me to use the word place too.
I have
Didn't
still
tell me a shock
not
collar,
seen the clip. Isn't that crazy? I've gone this whole time without seeing the clip.
Okay, I know he's like Asmon's friend or whatever, but NMP might be the dumbest guy on planet Earth, dude. What do you mean you didn't see the clip? What are you even talking about, dude? You absolute room temperature IQ NPC moron. Imagine, right? You provide video evidence to a judge of a crime, and bro says, well, I didn't see it. I didn't watch it. And they're like, oh yeah, not guilty. I mean, I just don't know what to say. This guy's got to be rage baiting or something, but that's kind of his, like, he has that.
He probably also was actively not watching the clip. Every time he'd see something about it, he'd scroll on or not interested. You know, he'd hit the button, not interested.
that Casey-tron vibe where he's like, oh, everything I do is a troll, guys, but also I'm gonna be an obnoxious idiot moron all the time, right? And it doesn't make any sense because these are your actual opinions. And then when you get caught, you're like, I was joking. I was actually joking. Like, shut the fuck up, moron. And honestly, this is like the average Hasan defender right here, right? I did not see the clip. Just unbelievable. Like, how are you even talking then?
There's a lot of clips.
I bet he, behind the scenes, is defending the fuck out of Hasan. But out in front, out in the social media sphere, he's like, nope, I don't know anything about it. I've just blocked it out of my mind.
Yes, I've seen
no shot.
What?
I never watched
would
the clip. I read the title and the comments, and I make my decision based on that.
That's stupid.
I know.
That is so dumb. You wonder why people hate
I'll give that to him. That's pretty funny. Like, at least he's honest about that, because I think he is. I think he is honest about it. He sees the title, and he sees, like, the description, the comments, and he's like, nah, he didn't do it. Like, I'll respect a man who is that fucking stupid and just owns it.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah.
But I don't respect him. I just respect him in this moment and that decision. I'm okay with that.
You're right, you know?
Can't wait to go through the comments on this one.
You know, it really, at the end of the day, man, you know, he shot the dog, did not shot the dog. He still has like 35K views. His community.
Oh no! Oh fuck! Okay, I didn't think he was. That's literally the dumbest take ever. He still got 30K, 40K views to a terrorist supporting audience.
Still loves him. It was all just so much of yapping and nothing got accomplished.
That is true. I think nothing got accomplished except for the ha-has, which is all I care about anyway. People are making fun of him. JD Vance was making fun of him even. Like, I'm cool with that. Actually, no, we did accomplish something.
As someone that feels, honestly, like more of a spectator, as I don't do anything.
Yeah.
That meme is hilarious.
Oh, dude, the
True.
memes now I've seen.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how his co-host didn't pop a blood vessel. How do you deal with people like this, right? I didn't see the clip, but I saw the memes, guys. I mean, I'm kind of glad nobody takes this guy seriously at all. He's just like considered like a pathetic joke or whatever. Now click this video.
Dude, I don't know how these people have audiences. Like, holy shit, the audiences must be dumber than they are. Like, how the fuck did they manipulate people that much and get into that much limelight and make that much money because of it? I don't get it. I do not get it. It's so crazy to me. That, like, they just gotta know somebody, or they've just been online since the beginning where it just kept growing and growing and they grew with it. I don't know. I don't know what happened. How did we get to this point? We got some more streamer news. I haven't talked about Jack Doherty in a while. So let's talk about how he's in denial that his career is over. Well, he hasn't popped up into my feed. That's not a good thing for him. If he was popular, he'd be popping up in my feed. Go ahead and like this video from A to Z at Hosey.
Jack Doherty is the IRL streamer who can't stop destroying his own life. And at this point, nobody even feels bad for him, as he's built an entire career of harassing innocent people in the streets, then hiding behind his bodyguards, using his—
Yeah, and also I saw him go on George Janko's podcast and pretend that he was a Christian while doing all of this shit.
his bodyguards to sucker punch people who call him out and then exploit young women for his OF business. But I mean, it's safe to say things have gotten so much worse for Jack after his ex-girlfriend sat for 5 hours in 2 different interviews going through the extremely alarming reality of being in business with Jack. And this ranges from pressuring her into doing OF to getting her hooked on stimulants, to literally putting her life at risk for content. And just when you think Jack would maybe, you know, take a step back, respond to it, maybe even lay low after dropping something like that, I guess he just decided to break into TwitchCon without a badge and harass other streamers, and even steal someone's microphone,
didn't know that.
then have a public meltdown afterwards.
Dude, how did I miss this when that happened? I guess so much Twitch drama came out, this one got muddied, because who the fuck cares about Jack Doherty? This whole situation's fucking pathetic, man.
I don't know. The whole thing just doesn't make sense.
Nirvana looking ass. You. The face of that shirt looks like your face on your face. So stupid.
Oh, I know why he didn't. It didn't make the drama news, because he's not allowed to stream on Twitch. Only Twitch streamers were talked about. He's on Party.com, which I had never heard of until Johnny Somali.
You can't let me speak, you idiot. Go ahead. What? Can you speak?
Bro, why are you getting mad on the internet? Why are you getting mad on the internet? Stop getting mad on the internet.
On that one.
And all of that just happened in like the last 2 weeks. But I mean, overall, it's safe to say that Jack has had a rough couple of years. But considering his track record, we all know the worst thing that's ever going to happen to Jack is the next thing that's about to happen to him. Because somehow, things just keep getting worse. So, what happened?
As they do.
McKinley, who is Jack's ex-girlfriend, appeared on Camila Arroyo's podcast for a 2-part episode that spanned like 5 hours. Do I wish I could get those 5 hours back? Yes. So please drop a like on this video.
Dude, I'm so glad that he watched it, because I was not going to watch that shit.
Because I don't know if my brain cells will ever recover. But in this podcast, they go through the entire story of the 2 years that her and Jack were together. From the moment they
Bro, I hope he was playing a video game or something while he was doing this, because, like, man, I could not stand listening to any podcast for 5 hours unless I was doing something.
Met to their final days as a couple. Now, right from the start, McKinley paints this picture of herself as some innocent church girl from Georgia who got swept up into Jack's world without understanding what she was getting into.
She came in and she basically told me, hey, my friends from Florida are in LA. They were wondering if you would like to film a video. At the time, I didn't know who Jack was. I took that as an
She looks like she's wearing a mask. That's how much makeup she has on. It's even a different color than the rest of her body. She needs to learn how to do makeup better. I'll stop insulting her, though.
Opportunity. I was like, you know what? Like, I'll film a little
At least
video,
on that
like,
front.
Sounds fun. At the time, I also didn't really understand the whole, like, only aspect of it. I assumed, you know, people have their content houses. That was something that was very popular at that time, especially. So I was assuming this is a group.
That was when it was falling off, actually, because I think when it was popular, it was around Jake Paul Team 10 days.
People, they're from Florida and they're having so much fun, like as friends, they film videos together. That's their way of making their income. I realized that the way they did make their money was through only, and that was something that I didn't judge them for. That was something I knew that I didn't want to do for myself. And like at that time, my parents, I'm from Georgia, very conservative. I grew up conservative. I grew up in church.
Yeah, okay. So, however, even though she can be considered a victim throughout this whole story, maybe...
Yeah, I mean, she hopped on board for that cash, though.
Even potentially Jack's biggest victim in recent time, it's important to emphasize 2 things. Number one, she's been separated from Jack for months now, and if this lifestyle was really so morally conflicting for her, if she truly went against everything she believed...
Let me guess, is she's still in that lifestyle?
Then you would think, you know, that she would step away from this life, maybe shut down the OF account. Then on top,
yeah, but the money, Atozy.
On top of that, she pretty much only surrounds herself publicly with other people in this industry. She went on dates with another streamer to promote her OF, and then I guess is like dropping these tell-all interviews on one of the biggest OF influencers' podcast. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of important to take all of this with a grain of salt. This very much so seems a little bit like a crabs in a bucket moment. Oh, and I almost forgot. One of the last times I covered Jack, I also covered how McKinley used, I guess, or she promoted her OF using kids on her Instagram and TikTok content.
That's fucked up.
Again, if this was so morally conflicting, why is she still doing this kind of stuff?
And dude, I've seen so many kids being fans of Jack Doherty and his whole crew. Like, absolutely disgusting. Why is this allowed? Who are these kids' parents letting them watch somebody who is basically a pimp? And by the way, that's not a compliment. Pimps are fucking evil and disgusting.
Would you rather have this girl or this Urus?
I'm taking that Urus.
Urus?
Yep.
All right. Would you rather have this girl or this McLaren? McLaren? Oh, okay. All right. Well, sorry. All right. Would you rather have this girl or this blue Lambo?
Lambo.
Still? Not good enough for you?
No.
Oh my gosh.
And then there was also that whole mess of making up stories about dating Mr. Beast for clout.
Who's the most famous person you've done it with?
I actually only have one body, and it was Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah, he's like my only body, but I have herpes now.
Are you kidding me? He really unleashed the beast.
Yeah, he unleashed my beast. There's
just so much stuff that's just so unbelievably stupid and pathetic that has gone into her marketing and
I'm not gay, but I have slept with one dude, and it was Mr. Beast. Yeah, that's right, and she is correct. After Mr. Beast, I got herpes too.
Full content style. So again, this is why I just take everything with a grain of salt from all these people, because so much of the stuff they do is just outright disgusting. And I guess you could argue that a lot of that was recorded while she was being managed by Jack's OF management company, but still, at the end of the day, she was the one who sat there and recorded. So again, nobody is completely innocent here, but even with all that said, it doesn't mean that what she revealed isn't worth analyzing, because honestly, most of it is pretty disturbing, and a lot of it lines up with what people have been speculating about Jack for years. So, the interview kicks off with McKinley talking about how she met Jack, and what their relationship was like in the beginning, and pretty quickly we start noticing a pattern. She keeps circling back to this idea that Jack made her feel special and cared for her, but then, in the same breath,
when I came back from Vegas, why I kept giving him chance after chance, even though I was kind of seeing things that were crossing, boundaries that I would have never let happen in a normal relationship. But again, this is not normal because he was, so involved with social media, and that was something that I actually...
Hey, it was basically your boss. Yeah, it was a power play. Yup, 1000%. I'm on board with that.
Looked up to. He was providing an illusion that he cared for me and that he was a genuine caring person that...
Well, I mean, that's what pimps do.
One of the best for me. He was also providing me a
Did he make you call him daddy also?
Life that I had never had seen before. In Miami, I'm 20 years old. I had never been to a bar or a club or like seeing these boats. Like, it was something that was so new to me, and it was exciting in itself. Even without a boyfriend or whatever, that was an exciting moment.
Yeah, she admitted the main reason she tolerated his behavior wasn't necessarily the love or loyalty. She says even though she did fall in love with Jack at first for the illusion of the nice guy that he was providing, the main reason she always kept coming back was the lifestyle. Now, this is where things get sketchy, because according to McKinley, every girl in that house is locked into an ironclad NDA, and these basically forbid them from discussing their financial arrangements with Jack. She says that Jack takes a significant portion of the...
I'm never gonna sign an NDA. That ain't fucking happening, ever. If there is like a giant contract that I'm gonna get with like Disney or something, which fucking... Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Disney, if that ever happens. I'm not signing no NDA. I will throw it all away. I don't give a shit, man. I'm already basically sleeping in the dirt. Like, it doesn't get more bottom than this.
Their OF earnings, but nobody can actually say how much, because that would be breaking the agreements. And if you break those agreements, that could mean lawsuits.
A few weeks pass. I'm still doing my things. I'm getting sent, clothes, and I'm modeling the clothes, and I'm doing brand deals. I remember one of the girls had a conversation with him and just said, "What value does she bring to you? Like, she brings no value. She makes you no money." She was like, all she does is take selfies, and she's around the house, and she does this. She's unemployed. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't make you any money. That's when I started piecing together that they make money from OnlyFans, but he also takes a large chunk. And I never knew what chunk of
because he's the pimp. Yeah.
money was taken because he has everyone on NDAs. They were unable to talk about it, but also at the same time, I did have a lot of the girls confide in me because I wasn't involved in the business side of things, and they would just tell me how unhappy they are with the contract that they're in.
So you essentially have a full house of young women who can't legally discuss their own income arrangements, and honestly, that doesn't really sound like a content house. That sounds like a different kind of house. And the word that keeps coming up in the discussion...
I wouldn't say cult, maybe like brothel.
About this is how this is all predatory. And honestly, when you're using legal documents to silence...
But also a cult.
...people about the money they're earning, that label could fit. And McKinley also revealed that Jack basically gave her an ultimatum at one point. Either join OnlyFans and sign his contracts, or pack her bags and bail out. And despite her moral conflicts, she decided to sign that dotted line.
I'll never forget this night.
For the money! The money's just too good, man.
Michelle walked into the bathroom I was in. I was by myself. She basically told me, listen, don't freak out. Jack really wants you to start OnlyFans. And he said that
Bro, I just don't fucking get it, because I do not like money. I do not care about money. All the money that I get, it goes immediately. I don't buy anything for myself. I actually give it to the people that I live with. All of it. And I'm just like, if I need anything, I'll let you know. And go ahead and get it for me. Here's all my money.
There's no reason for you guys to be together if you're not helping. When he realized he didn't have the control over me, he realized that he did need to create an ultimatum for me. And that was hard for me. And he knew that. He knew what I felt and how I felt about him and the whole situation. And I cried and I was like, I just need to talk to him. I was thinking, you know, if I go and talk to him and just say, you know, this is how I feel about this, like he'll respect it again. And like if he sends me home and doesn't want to be with me because of this, I guess it is what it is. But I didn't want to lose that. And that was what I was like prioritizing. It wasn't what I could make on OnlyFans. No idea. I just knew that I really liked this guy and that he was such a safety blanket for me. I felt like.
Now, this next part is where things go from sketchy to concerning, because McKinley tells us about Jack's addiction to prescription stimulants.
Oh, you don't say. What the fuck?
Safe. We all know in the back of my mind, so I'm a W and you'd sacrifice everyone else for me. But it's like, it's okay. Only I have to know that. How many points you do? How many, Mom? What the fucking lies, dog? I don't.
This, what? What? Oh, man, I didn't know about this, but I think I've mentioned it that I think he's on drugs. This right here, this clip, is very dystopian. It reminds me of characters from Dread.
Take pills, bro. Mom, I don't do anything. I leave my goggles on, bro. Mom, you know I love you. Mom, that's not funny. You have to.
He looks like he's got Down syndrome.
Go now. You're the best, but dog, you're cool. Okay, I'm going. Bye. I love you, Mom.
And it gets worse, because according to McKinley, Jack was constantly taking these prescription stimulants to maintain his insane content schedule. And when she asked him how he kept up with everything, he told her that he was using these pills and suggested that she should use them too. Apparently, he also said that she would be way more successful if she used them. And since she felt pressured to be whatever Jack wanted her to be, she started taking them regularly.
I also want to say the second I signed to him.
What were they? Were they amphetamines? Probably.
Disrespect started showing. He was not as respectful as he was in the beginning. Never went on dates. We never did anything like how we did in the past. He was strictly just content. So I was like, how do you keep up with
welcome to the game.
all of this stuff?
It's how we play it.
How do you continue to do this? And he was like, it's like, you should try. He's like, you will be successful. I'm not proud of it at all, but I had a horrible addiction dating him. Also, it's like when Jack's face is someone.
Is she saying Adderall? That's what it's what it seems like.
I was always there. I had to keep up with him without that substance. And when I did that, I felt more motivated. I'm not on it anymore, thankfully, but that ruined my life. I couldn't function without it.
And honestly, people really don't talk enough about how dangerous stimulants can be for your heart and brain, especially taking them when you don't medically require them.
That's because people don't think there's a problem or there's going to be a problem unless they do it for a long time. And then they're like, well, if I stop them eventually, then nothing bad will happen. And then something bad happens. That's how it goes. Every fucking time.
It's a slippery slope. I've had friends my age go into heart failure because of medically prescribed stimulants. I've also had friends who've completely destroyed their relationships with people because they become so robotic and neglect their loved ones. But stimulant use is unfortunately incredibly normal now, and you see it with a bunch of creators, streamers, and any other high-paying jobs that require long hours of focus. But I guess it's kind of like with anything with life.
I have ganja and nicotine. That's my stimulants, and that's what I stick to. Oh, well, I guess coffee also. I guess that counts. Coffee, nicotine, ganja. It's the trifecta of my success. Maybe that's why I'm in the dirt. I don't give a fuck.
Some people will use whatever they can do to give themselves an advantage. But also in life, there's no real such thing as a free lunch, because they definitely come with awful side effects if you're not careful. But continuing the story, every morning before she could even eat breakfast, she would take these prescription medications because they needed to immediately go downstairs and start filming content. According to her, there was no time for food, and Jack allegedly hated it when people would stop to eat anyway.
When he did it, I would do it every morning before I could even eat breakfast. I did it because we needed to go downstairs and film as soon as we woke up. We had no time to eat. He hated when people ate. He would get mad at people when we were eating and saying we were wasting time. We needed to focus on content.
That sounds like a fucking meth head, dude. It's straight up
taking too long to eat. So I went through a very long period with just not eating and just waking up and taking
So now we're looking at a situation where Jack isn't just allegedly abusing stimulants himself, he's allegedly getting young women around him dependent on it so they can maintain the content production schedule and keep up with their output. And honestly, if this is
That's
true,
fucked up, man.
that's pretty dark.
Yep.
McKinley
And I think it probably is true. I was already suspecting it.
says that she's clean now, but admits the addiction destroyed her life while she was living there. And honestly, that explains so much about the manic energy that we see coming out of that house. I remember so many comments of my videos on him saying that Jack looked completely out of it. And yeah, it turns out they might have been right. So at some point during their relationship, McKinley broke her ankle badly enough that she needed surgery. But we already knew that part. Like, it happened when Jack was drifting and doing stunts in a golf cart with McKinley in the passenger seat. And
I'm pretty sure that I covered that situation. It was fucking retarded.
Eventually, the cart flipped over.
Yep. Yep, I remember this. And he basically did not give a shit.
But what we didn't know, until now at least, that none of that was an accident. Allegedly, Jack flipped the cart on purpose, right on top of his girlfriend,
Yeah, you
just
don't
to
say.
farm clips and content online.
But some of the worst things happened to me.
That's literally, I'm pretty sure I said it in my reaction of it, where I said, I'm pretty sure he just did that on purpose. The fuck is going on with the notifications?
Not everything was caught on camera. A big chunk of things were filmed when I didn't even want them to be filmed. A lot of emotional things happened to me, traumatic events. One of them being he flipped an entire golf cart on top of me on purpose, and it was for a clip. I know that because he was trying his best to flip it, and you can see in the footage the only thing that he was looking for was the camera to see if they got it.
And it doesn't stop there, because when McKinley insisted that he would take her to the hospital, Jack had other plans because he wanted to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown. So getting her medical attention, that wasn't exactly the top of his priority list. They eventually got into an Uber. And
that costs money. That doesn't make him money.
I guess he took her to the emergency room. And when Jack showed up later on, he brought his camera with him. You know, because there's nothing like farming your girlfriend's medical emergency for content.
I was in so much pain. He thought it was not that big of a deal. He was just worried about getting the good clip and seeing it on TikTok, not making sure I was okay. I knew I needed to go to the hospital, but he had prior obligations to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown, so it wasn't a priority. So I end up Ubering back to the house, not to the hospital. I was like, well, maybe if I go to the house, I'll feel better. I'll get a heat pad. When I'm on the way in the Uber and I'm sitting upright, I'm realizing like this is bad. And I walk into the house, everyone is there. They looked at me and were like, we need to go to the hospital. Like, we'll go with you. When I went, Jack had met me there and he had a camera and he was filming me. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, I'm in the hospital. You're filming all of these things. He was like, you're the baddest one in the hospital. And I was like, I'm just not in the mood for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear. He doesn't take that she's actually injured seriously at all. But somehow, it gets so much worse because during one of these takeover events in Compton,
maybe if he wasn't on amphetamines, maybe he would take it a little more serious.
McKinley was apparently too frightened to leave the van and join Jack and the crew on stream. So she stayed inside in the van while Jack went to do whatever things he wanted to do for the content. And while she was alone in the car, someone approached with a weapon and robbed her.
I told them, I was like, I think I'm going to stay in the car. I don't feel safe going out there. The last time I was out there, we had heard gunshots. I'm like, I can't do this. They were like, okay, well, we'll
Yeah, I mean, it is LA. It's Hollywood, baby.
give you the keys. I'm going to lock the door. They get out. I tried to tell them just to not go because I really genuinely felt like something bad was going to happen. And that's where I'm like...
And you're going to have them protect you. Like, I think you were just in an all-around shit situation there. Even if they were there, you'd probably be used as a human shield.
Always trust your gut. They leave. I had the keys in my hand and the light was on in the Sprinter van. This is like a big like party bus looking thing. Like we were not hiding anywhere. Like we were in a party bus. And I was sitting in my seat and I remember looking up and
But yeah, Jack, he's got security with him all the time. Not with the girls that he is with.
Making eye contact with two guys in shiesties. And I was like, oh, I hope they can't see me. The lights are on in here. I need to figure out how to turn the lights off. So I get up. Yeah, I get up. I turn the lights off. And then I go in the very, very back so that I'm not like near the windshield and they can't see through. And I just laid down. I'm hearing helicopters. I'm hearing gunshots. I'm hearing fireworks. I'm hearing every type of thing. Freaking out. So much anxiety. And then I hear the car door open. I pop my head up. I'm like, okay, everyone's back. Like, finally time to go. When I looked up from the seat, I make eye contact with the guy. I'd never seen before, any surgical mask. Like, it wasn't the two guys in
Of
Shiesty
course.
that I had seen. It was a guy.
By the way, that's why the left wants people to be wearing masks, so nobody can see their face, and it'd be normal for people to not see each other's face, so crimes can be committed, people can be shit, and nobody knows who they are.
With a bag, a gun, and a blue surgical mask with gloves. And I looked at him. He said, "Who's in this party bus?" I didn't think he knew I was in there. So when I popped up and like made eye contact with him, I thought maybe it would spook him and that he would like get out. And then I saw him hop over the seat.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck, dude. Oh man, she is so lucky that they didn't just take her.
Jack's response when they got back into the van was he didn't want to stop filming or streaming. And because of that, we have this exact clip.
What'd they do? What the f*** up, bro? Wait, what'd he do? Wait, did he take your stuff? He took your purse? McKinley, where's the key? Where's the key?
So it's just crazy that, you know.
And he's just sitting there screaming and yelling, making the whole situation worse. Like, what the fuck, man?
Everything in Jack's life is just content. Like, he doesn't take anything serious here. And the interview also pointed out that Jack's consistent use of just kidding is essentially just him gaslighting and manipulating people. I think one of the first times it was pointed out was by Pack God, because Pack God confronts Jack about constantly saying ridiculous things, then immediately following it up by, nah, I'm just kidding.
I want to show you something. Hold on. Like a maniac shooting flaming arrows of death is one who deceives their neighbor and says, I was only joking. Proverbs 26, 18 and 19. There you go.
What? Because why not? No, I'm kidding.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you, is that like a trick?
I'm kidding. Stop.
No, okay, Jack, come on, man. Come on. How about you just say it, but then stand by it?
Jack essentially just uses this as a get out of free jail card, so it lets him say whatever toxic thing he wants to on his mind, and then if someone gets upset about it, he can just flip it around and be like, ah, no, you're the problem for not taking this joke. And I don't think anyone close to Jack had ever spoken publicly about it before, like McKinley or Camilla here, I guess.
Anything he said to you was followed by just kidding, so just in case you retaliated, it was holy, you're insane.
Yeah.
Like, you're a crazy ass. And I was just kidding.
That's what was always.
I literally think we need to right now add in a compilation of every time he has said just kidding. He says the most vile shit.
True. Yep.
Just kidding.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'll bend over. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Dude, he is actually like a 10-year-old boy who grew up, who got bigger. That's
I'm kidding, bro. You're so hot. Sorry. No, I'm kidding. Shut up. I'm kidding, bro. I just don't want her talking. No, I'm kidding. Shawty, your friend. No, I'm kidding.
And the reason it comes across as manipulative is because he just doesn't take accountability for the things he does.
You don't say.
He just uses it as a blanket.
That's a theme on this channel. That's a running theme. People who don't take accountability. People who are just complete pieces of garbage. And we humiliate them here. Don't forget to subscribe.
Term to deflect. Then things get very sad because at some point during their relationship, McKinley got pregnant. She took a test, it came back positive, took another one to confirm, and then had that overwhelming realization that her life could change forever now. But when she told Jack, he apparently was not surprised at all. McKinley says that he also wasn't excited about starting a family or beginning a new chapter in their lives as parents. Apparently, his first reaction was to get excited about how much money they were going to make.
I go downstairs and Jack is outside, and I was like, Jack,
that's par for the course.
I need to talk to you.
Money.
I told him, and he didn't seem surprised whatsoever. He was like, W. He literally was excited over the fact that we were going to make the most money we have ever made in our lives. It wasn't because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and start a new era. It was, oh my gosh, we're going to start a family YouTube channel and you're going to make so much money when you're pregnant and you have a pregnant belly. I remember looking at him and I was like, Jack,
good thing that didn't happen.
You do not realize if this is happening, I'm done. I'm not doing that. And I don't want to be on social media, and we need to change our lives.
So that was a thing that allegedly happened, I guess. So being with Jack seems like it was nothing short of hell. Like a short man syndrome stimulant addict, constantly on edge, raised by questionable parents, all while making millions of dollars exploiting young women. And I say questionable parents with absolute certainty because near the end of the second part of the interview, McKinley shows a bunch of excerpts from the conversations with Jack's mom. And the things that she was saying to McKinley are pretty wild for some mother to say.
It's probably a celebrity mom. What's in these? I'm against abortions. How could you blank the baby in your body? You sick. I was your age and I'm poor, not having money like you, and bring my daughter to the world. You making me disgusting. What? Trust me, I would bring to the world who you are, and you're gonna go down. Okay, what the fuck? Like, I also agree that abortion is murder, but like, holy shit. You always want to be blank with me. You always want to be always your blank blank. You always want to be blank with me. Okay. You are a piece of blank to blank the baby. Anna, why are you saying these things to me? Like, why would anybody care? Because you blank the life in your body. I don't respect people like that. I was your age, 24, poor with no money, and then bring my daughter to our life. Yeah, I think she's just crashing out because she wants, this chick to have a baby with Jack. But this chick does not want to have a baby with Jack. I don't know how I feel about this one. I do know that she probably should not have gotten an abortion. But like, holy shit, being with Jack would have been a nightmare. Jack treat you like a gold. What is this? Is she American? Talking like this? I see all the TikTok. You always drunk when you are fight with him. What the fuck? Trust me, I will go after you. No one would disrespect me on my son. Oh, okay. Well, that flip turned on her. Because I think that this McKinley chick is a bad person. But this person here, garbage. Complete garbage.
Really don't want that as your in-law, that's for sure. So that covers the interview. In these 5 hours of content, there are a few more points the girls discuss about the last 2 years, like the time Jack withdrew over 300 grand from their joint account he shared with McKinley on the very day that she was going to buy a car.
Don't do a joint account. Don't do it. Just don't do it. It ain't worth it. It's a trap.
And instead, he spent that money on a house that she never even wanted. And this is without even consulting her.
That same day I bought my car, Jack and I had a joint
yeah, because she's meaningless.
Bank account. We shared a bank account. He would take the money from only, put it into this joint bank account, and take his cut of money. But when I went into my account, I realized that all my money was gone before I even could wire the money for my car.
The day you were buying your
The day I was buying my car, I went into that bank account, which was where I was gonna use that money to buy my car. I looked at it and it was all gone. And I was like, what? Like, I was so confused. Thank goodness I had money in my other accounts because I was making YouTube money. So I was able to wire the money for the car. He took that money from me and put it into the house.
How much?
I want to say $300,000.
And then on top of that, apparently Jack was always calm in front of the camera, and then as soon as the cameras were off, he became verbally aggressive and even escalated to physical aggression once.
He's like, you're stupid, and he's spitting on me. He literally, I could feel the spit come off of his mouth because of how close he was to my face, screaming in my ear. And he pushes me as hard as he can into the wall. And I caught myself in my arm, which I have
That's some actual Mizkif behavior right there.
A picture of the bruise from the day after. He pushes me and I caught myself, and he told me, he was like, oh, you flopped. He's like, stop flopping. I was like, I did not flop. I said, don't you ever put your hands on me, ever. And he was like, I didn't.
What a fucking garbage human being, man. Like, I cannot stand people who do that.
Put my hands on you, you flopped. He was like, I don't give a you flopped. So I walked outside to the...
How do you get to the point where you're that aggressive, even if she was to, in quotes, flop, to where she feels like that she has to, or that's a thing that she's gonna do? Like, what the fuck? How do you get to that point? I would never get to the point where any woman thinks I'm being aggressive with her. That's fucking insane.
The outside balcony. I just remember I was on my phone. I think I had texted Michelle on Snapchat, and I was like, bro, like, I need to get the out of here.
But now, as of the timing couldn't be worse, literally right as this interview started blowing up online, Jack decided to not address it at all, but actually just go to TwitchCon without a pass, sneak in, and start causing some chaos.
Just can't understand the aura. Look at this aura. This is crazy. I've never experienced it. I'm gonna FaceTime mother and father.
And I guess his opening move was to walk up to some random streamers such as Peach Jars and start throwing around homophobic and transphobic slurs like he's trying to hit some sort of like offensive content bingo card. Then, when people called him out for essentially being a scumbag, he tried to argue that he could be offensive like that because his brother's gay.
What the fuck? Okay, I can say the N-word out loud, hard, everybody, because my half-brother is black. Like, it doesn't work like that, dude. And I will agree that I think it's funny to say all that shit, but he's not doing it exactly for the jokes. He's doing it to make other people feel bad, and he thinks it's funny when he makes people feel bad. And that's not what I do.
I'm kidding, but like my brother's gay. The fact two guys at once. How can I be homophobic? You don't know anything. You're just a woman.
You can still be
Whoa, okay, all right.
homophobic.
Just a woman.
And what are you? Homosexual?
Reasonable human being.
No, I'm kidding.
How am I homophobic? I love my brother.
You did not just hear all the slurs you
So what was? Doesn't mean I'm homophobic just because I say I'm homophobic.
He sounds like he's on something. I don't know if he's like Adderall or if he's been drinking or what.
I'm homophobic.
What was reasonable?
And nothing's gonna happen to me. That's the problem. No, I'm kidding.
What?
My guy, that's not how it works. What? Peach Jars just kept trying to walk away because she clearly didn't want to engage, but Jack followed her around with his camera, trying desperately to get some sort of reaction from her. This will end up backfiring for him because he's the one who ends up giving the reaction in the end.
Walking away.
She walked up and flicked you off.
Yeah, you walked up and flipped me off, bro. You have nothing to say to me. I'm not homophobic. Wait, time out. What if I wasn't homophobic? What else do you have to say against to me?
Transphobic, homophobic.
That for sure. None of my family members are trans, so.
That's why the girls.
Why would you even, I mean, not saying to her, to him. Why would you even engage in this kind of behavior? She's just winning here. She's getting the win. You think you're getting the win. She's getting the win. Now I know who she is, and I respect her for this.
You wish, boy, my dad's 69 and had full head of hair. You wish. Now, give me, I need a good comeback. I need something from you. You're full of hate. I need you to have one good hateful comment on me. Something that makes sense. Something that's true. Because I'm not.
I think he's better looking than you.
No, because you have nothing to say. You definitely. She's saying mean things to me.
Oh, it's not you.
Oh, where's he saying mean things?
He's like Hispanic, bro.
But it's like, that's not a big deal. My brother's gay. I can say.
This is a dumb clip you're farming.
I can say it. If a word offends you, you can cry about it.
During that situation, when things started to escalate, news traveled quickly that Jack was out.
I think it's funny to say those words, but whenever you're around a bunch of people who would probably kick your ass if there weren't cameras around everywhere, which I think somebody probably should have anyway, because that would have been absolute gold. But like, why would you do that? Just in his energy, his aggressiveness around this whole situation is just fucking garbage, man. Like, if you're one-on-one in a room and you're making jokes lightly about that with another person who thinks it's funny, that's great. If the other person's actually getting mad about it, for one, if they get mad at jokes like that, probably just don't joke with them because they can't handle it. But another, like, that's just garbage, man. That's just garbage. You're being vulgar just for vulgar's sake.
At TwitchCon, and multiple streamers started actively hunting him down. And this wasn't just because Jack has a reputation for being obnoxious, but it was also to confront him about the multiple crypto pump and dump schemes that he's been running over the last year. Because just in case you didn't follow the complete timeline, after his McLaren incident and then getting banned from Kick, I guess he started looking to try to find some sort of alternative revenue sources. So then he started launching tokens on sites like Pump Fund, where he would create coins or boost existing ones and tell his audience to buy in and then sell into his audience, essentially running away with a bag. So his audience lost money, but at least he made some money. So when streamers finally found out he was at TwitchCon, they immediately started pressing him for why he rugged all those meme coins. Jack tried to deny it, but he himself live streamed the evidence, so that's a little bit hard to deny then, and obviously it's also on the blockchain.
Hey, how are you? How come you rugged all those meme coins, bro? I didn't. What do you mean? You did. You're still streaming?
And he's getting that same heat that he was trying to give out.
Yeah, I'm live right now. On Pump Fund? Streaming on Pump Fund? Nah, Wait, you took all the money from those, like, 4 coins. I didn't take money from Look at the charts, boy. You didn't rug them? Nope. It was a straight red candle, bro. On every single one of them. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Dude, I know. Nah, no one bought. You rugged for 6K though.
Oh, you rugged a coin for $6,000 with a.
You couldn't even move it past 100K. Dude, what happened? The coin couldn't even go past 100K. Zero motion. Jack, we know what the next
Dude,
coin
he is
dropping.
hurting.
Jack, ECA, please, bro, please.
But after getting confronted about the crypto schemes, Jack was visibly upset.
Yeah.
The dude started getting extremely mad, and streamers started falling.
Bro, why? Why are you gonna get mad on the internet? Oh man, every time with these people.
Around the corner and kept calling him out for everything. And that's when Jack completely lost his composure.
What you say? 100K topper. When you say when my next coin dropping? Yeah. Next time I need 6 bandos. So now? So never? Not tomorrow. Okay. Damn you,
What?
bro. Huh?
Dude, he cannot trade off. It's so cringe.
100K topper. Wait, what coin you guys looking
He's like, no, actually, I am gonna make more money than ever tomorrow. Like, dude, how fucking embarrassing. Nobody cares.
You can pump a coin and pass. Right, you're so stupid. You can't even let me speak, you idiot. Go ahead.
What? Can you speak?
That's child behavior, man. That's like what a fucking 9-year-old does whenever a 9-year-old's trying to have a conversation with a 12-year-old. You won't even let me speak!
You got me only 6K.
You're stupid!
Is that Marlon? Oh, they have nothing left. They have a rugless.
Dude, he is crying.
Dude, are you crying? Look at that loser, bro.
Which is kind of funny because just, minutes ago, he was following around Peach Stars trying to get some sort of reaction from her. But instead, when the tables turn, it was him providing the reaction that he was looking for. And in case you thought things couldn't get more petty, Jack somehow finds a way, because after the whole crypto confrontation, he was so upset that he actually started stealing equipment from other creators.
What?
So, Canal Joseph, a YouTuber and streamer who was near TwitchCon, got stopped by one of Jack's girlfriends for an interview. They asked him, hey, what do you think about Jack Doherty? And Canal said this.
What are your thoughts on Jack Doherty?
What's up?
Why?
Because it's Jack Doherty, bro. He's a bro. If he doesn't have no security, bro, he's. Where's he at? Is he behind me? Where's he at?
Would you pull up on him?
I would pull up on him, but like no security, like I'll pull up on him.
Well, that was apparently enough to make Jack confront him directly with his bodyguard, of course, because this guy will not go confront anyone without his paid bodyguard.
Okay.
Because I mean, who else would he hide?
Dude, how did I miss all of this? I guess I'm seeing it now. Thanks, Atozy. Now I can't stop calling him A to Z because apparently that's his actual name, or the name of his channel, what it was supposed to be.
Fine. But Jack got into Canel's face, trying to provoke him, but Canel made it very clear that he wasn't going to fight because that's obvious what Jack wanted. Because at the end of the day, Jack wanted to bait something so his bodyguard could hop in.
Your main income maker right there.
Jack,
Boom.
I got the
Twitch? Twitch is not my main income. Well, then touch me, do something. Why are you stuttering? You nervous? Nah, Can I touch your heart? Yeah, you should.
I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. That is not what you should have said there.
Yo, he's nervous. No, he's nervous. Feel it. Look. Oh, what?
They're touching each other's chests. Dude, what is this? What is happening here? Okay.
I'm late for lunch.
And then, because Jack couldn't handle being called out, one of his people allegedly stole Canel's microphone. I mean, it's getting real pathetic out here. So Canel kept asking for his mic back, and Jack's crew kept playing dumb. Like, where'd it go? Oh, super funny, dude. And eventually, Jack himself got involved, acting like he was trying to help locate it.
This is like a gang of retards versus a gang of bigger retards.
While it was very obvious that he was just stalling.
Okay, can I get my mic back?
No, I know.
Or like,
I'm looking for it.
I actually don't know where it's at, bro. One of the girls has it. She ran away, bro. You should have been meaner. So the other girl took it. Someone did, bro. Should have been nicer to her, bro. Bro, you corny, bro. You know how corny you are, bro. I really do feel bad for you. I'm corny. You won't stop coming up, bro. You're not giving your mic back. Whoa, come on, bro. Don't ask me. That's what I'm asking. You're not the mic. Who has to? Bro, who has to? Wait, are you serious? All those girls are freshly 18? They're freshly 18, bro. Oh my God, I wish my sister never grows up to be like that, bro. What the? You wonder why a lot of people don't like you? You do weird shit like that. Like, look, if you punch me, if you did a lot of
What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do, bro? You're gonna slap him, and then your bodyguard's gonna get in between you. That's what's gonna fucking happen.
Look, if you did, look, Jack, look. No, I'm just giving you a lesson. No, I'm just giving you a lesson. It's weird. Like, bro, it's like some little man child. You taking a mic. He's stealing a mic. Like, that's not a good clip. Like, if you did anything else, that'd have been a good clip. Stupid little. But like, both these are your
Fucking embarrassing, dude.
These are your little slaves, bro. Come on, bro. Hey. You come on, bro. Don't talk about man. Bro, talk to him, bro, you control them. Look, they're not talking. Look, hey, listen, you can tell them what to do. Girls, you want to fight with girls? No, I'm not talking to them. I'm not talking to girls. I'm just saying, look. No,
Dude, that guy looks like he wants to fucking eat him.
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying, you tell them what to do.
Who's this guy? This guy looks way harder than this guy. Holy shit. I mean, this guy's definitely a lot bigger. But is this Jack Doherty's guy? Because this guy, his fucking face, dude.
Stop getting my mic back. Like, you saying girls, bro.
He looks like he has killed people.
Oh, bro, you control them. 99 split, like 1%. You go, come on, bro. It's just weird. Look, you can do anything else, but like come on. You even know that's like some petty. Taking a mic, that's not. I'm dead. Like, all I'm trying. It low-key makes you look lame, bro. Don't talk to my client like that. Seriously, stop.
I mean, even for Jack's standards, this is pathetic. I mean, this is just some middle school type behavior.
Yep.
But I mean, hey, that is basically just his brand at this point, and that's what he's built his whole character and reputation on. But at least now, there's a 5-hour recorded interview and an entire TwitchCon disaster to document exactly who Jack really is. And I feel like you can only run this kind of operation for so long before people start talking, because once one person breaks their silence, usually others tend to follow. So I mean, he's essentially solidified himself as the biggest skid mark on the internet. And that's—
yeah, and it's gonna get worse. You know it's gonna get worse because it's gotten worse. Everything gets worse. If you're doing bad shit and you don't stop doing the bad shit, and you keep doing bad shit, the bad shit gets worse.
Speaks volumes as we cover quite a few others that would easily be runners up for that spot.
Let's call him a skid mark.
Yeah. Dude, he is a skid mark. He's a solidifiable skid mark.
But solidify himself as a skid mark. That's classic. That's good.
But other than that, hey, feel free to subscribe if you're new here.
Dude, fuck yeah. I'm waiting for the downfall of Jack Doherty. And I think it pretty much is happening. We're watching it happen. And the fact that he's on party.com. Oh, man. So, let's talk about some food stamps, shall we? Oh, man. I'm going to get canceled so hard for this. I'm just going to say before this video starts that I am poor, probably poorer than you. And I've been poor my entire life. I've never had money. I fucking hate money. But guess what? I struggle to find food sometimes, and I refuse to get food stamps because fuck getting help from anybody. I will do whatever I can to not get help from anybody, and if I truly need help, I'll go to the church and ask, and they got me. The church has always got me.
So, you might have heard, but the government is currently shut down, and if that continues through the weekend, then SNAP benefits are going to be cut off, and that has caused an—
Dude, I fucking hope it happens. Cut it, start over, make something else.
uproar online. And with the types of videos going viral, I think we see exactly why the welfare system needs to be completely overhauled, because the entitlement in these videos, guys, is certifiably insane.
And I've known this for a long time. I know a lot of people on food stamps, and let me tell you, they do not need to be on food stamps. Because, for one, I know somebody very close to me that gets $100 worth of food stamps every month for just one person. And everybody in the household gets food stamps. And they have every streaming service. They spend money on every streaming service. And that's well over $100. And I'm just like, This is what you're doing with your money. This is why you need food stamps. It's disgusting.
All right, so
and all they buy is bullshit.
on November 1st, if the government does not reopen after this month-long shutdown, millions of American SNAP benefits will be shut down. And why, you might ask? Well, because there is no money. It has been bled dry. The new spending bill has not been passed. There is now no money for SNAP. And Republicans have a new spending bill that they want to pass. Democrats want even more money and more programs crammed into that bill. So they voted to shut down the government in protest. And that has been going on for 29 days.
Yep, keep it shut down. If they're not working, they're not doing shit that I don't like.
as of the time that I am filming this episode. And of course, everyone is blaming
Fuck
the big bad
'em.
orange man for this, even though, again, it is the Democrat representatives voting against the reopening of the government time and time again. And they are saying that Trump is this monster for not caving to the demands and the needs of the American people. Meanwhile, the Americans on
You know what I gotta say about the American people? Fuck the American people. All I care about is myself and my community.
food stamps are posting videos of themselves
And so many people think the same way I do, and we are a collective.
stealing, making lobster tail dinners, and exposing how they exploit the system for their own gain. Now, before we go into this and watch these insane videos, make sure that you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And of course, ring that notification bell to make sure that you stay up to date on every single one of our episodes. All right, so let's just dive on in. I want to give you some context just to begin with, in case you don't know much about the program, but as with most government programs, SNAP was created with the best of intentions. It was to help people survive during the Great Depression and to help distribute food that farmers were growing but could not sell. This started in the late 1930s.
I disagree. I disagree that's why it was implemented. I think it was implemented to keep more control over a population that they want to bring into a society. Like poor people, like really, really poor people who weren't using food stamps or had no idea it was even a thing, they were doing just fine through the Great Depression. Like, I know so many people, so many old people that went through the Great Depression because I go to church in a very poor area, and they say that, like, their family didn't even notice the Great Depression was going on. They'd hear about it, but they were just living like they had been living.
In the 90s then, this system, this food stamp system, was later refined to ensure that it was temporary. You needed to be able to prove that you were disabled to stay on SNAP, you were trying to work, you were trying to get a job, you were working certain hours a week, etc. Again, good intentions all the way around. But what that did was just encourage bad actors, encourage some Americans to gamify the system and get dependent. It would
And I think that's why it was allowed to happen. That's like, fuck all these government programs. We're from the government, and we're here to help. Dude, fuck that.
work a set amount of hours and not work a single hour more so that they could still get unemployment and food stamps, avoid work because, hey, why would they go get a job when the government is funding their life? And obviously...
Also, fuck jobs. Am I right? Like, I'm saying fuck everything at this point.
I want to be
fuck it all, end it.
Later.
End it,
That
let's
is not
go.
the case for every single person.
Let it all crash down.
Who has government assistance, but there are bad actors who have abused the system time and time again. And now that benefits might be cut off next month, they
Can you tell I'm an anarchist?
are lashing out, to say the least. Just watch.
It's been day 5 and I have not received no food stamps. My disability checks is on hold. My cash benefits is not coming no more. They're still pending. It is the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of. I have over 2,000
I don't think that's how it works. What? Excuse me?
followers on TikTok and I can't get not one person to send me 50 cents.
Wow. Why don't you cry more? That'll help.
If you're watching a video and you can't send me nothing, I'm blocking you.
Crazy frickin' lady. It's insane. This is literally insane. You're telling me that it is my responsibility to make sure that your children are fed? That it is all of our responsibilities to make sure that you keep a roof over your head, that you are able to afford your life? Not with that attitude, ma'am. You whipping off your glasses. And she's so angry that she's not getting these benefits, and now she's turning to TikTok and she's demanding that the people who follow her, these 2,000 people, aren't sending her 50 cents. Ma'am, that's not their responsibility. That is not their
And also, 50 cents, that ain't enough for even a piece of gum. Like, what the fuck? What's 50 cents gonna do? Even if... How much money would that be if 2,000 people sent her 50 cents? Be $1,000? Yeah, good luck getting $1,000 worth of shit.
You are not entitled to their money. I know that the government programs have led you to believe that you are entitled, but you're certainly not. And that's why, like, this is so...
Yeah, food is not a right from the government. That is a right from God. And we fucked that up. Adam and Eve fucked that up. So, like, we have to work. You have to work for your food. Because eventually you keep getting all this free food, everything's gonna collapse, and guess what? There will be no food. You'll have all the food stamps in the world, but nothing to spend it on.
So maddening, but it's also a bit pitiful because you are watching somebody, in that video, you're watching somebody that the system has allowed to become a consistent, crippled victim. Like, she genuinely believes that it is our job to fund her life. And to be fair, it has been our job, but it shouldn't be. But that's why this has become what she's accustomed to. And all of this that you're gonna see today is so incredibly ironic, especially coming on the heels of the No Kings protest. And there have been a few, iterations of the No Kings protest, but there was a
Really, they want a king. They do. They just don't want Trump as the king, and he's not a king. They want their person as the king.
big, nationwide No Kings thing that happened a couple of weeks ago. They were out in the streets. They were raging against the machine. Screw Donald Trump, screw the government. And this week, they're back in the streets raging for the machine, begging the machine to come out and bail them out.
Every family, every meal, food is justice, food is real.
People, maybe if you spent less time protesting in the streets.
You know what I say? Let's give them $1,000 each in food stamps, and then stop sending the food there. Stop, like, they're gonna find out real quick.
You could afford your groceries. Maybe if you spent less time protesting and making your little signs and screaming about Trump, you would have the time to go get a job or maybe make a budget to prepare for the fact that your SNAP benefits might be cut off on November 1st. It's really that simple. But unfortunately, as it usually goes these days, the comedy just writes itself. Like, it's all so incredibly ironic. And it's this type of entitlement and delusion that is now leading people to steal when their benefits run out. Because if it's not our cross to bear, if it's not our responsibility, then obviously it has to be the company selling them food who has to handle the situation.
Hi, you guys. I'm out of the store. So...
By the way, this is going to get worse. They're going to keep doing this. And if they think that they don't even have enough SNAP, then they're going to do this. And I think the riots and the civil unrest is going to get worse. And people are going to start really... They've already been pulling out of the cities where they keep getting affected. But it's going to happen more and more and more and more, especially with these threats of looting. It's going to happen more and more and more. And then what are they going to do when all of the things that they want to be there are gone? They're going to complain about it, and then they're going to crash out in the streets even more. Go ahead. Keep going with this energy.
They wanted $7 for this. Mind you, I don't have food stamps anymore. They cut me off. So I only had $22 left in food stamps. So this is what I stole. Okay? They wanted $9 for this. I said, oh, I don't got $9. Then they wanted $2 for this.
They wanted, ma'am, that's not just some random person doing highway robbery saying, oh, we're gonna jack up these prices. That's just the economy. That's what everybody's dealing with. They wanted this. That's just the price of living in 2025. It's what we all have to deal with. You're not alone here in your victimhood. Anyway, let's just let her continue. It keeps getting even crazier.
$7 for this. I'm making some stuffed salmon today. These are needed. I'm not paying $7 for that. Okay? Let me show you the most important thing to me.
Bro, I ate chicken and rice earlier. Like, I had French toast for breakfast. I mean, we bought the wheat bread, I guess, but the eggs came from the coop.
Short ribs. Take off the label so that you don't beep.
Guys, it's like the freaking Mary Poppins bag of stolen food. She just keeps pulling short ribs out of her purse, all these different things she stole because she needs it to make her stuffed salmon tonight. I'm sorry, I don't think stuffed salmon is a necessity. And gosh, I don't know, I feel like with that new set of acrylic nails that you're sporting in this video, I feel like you probably could have budgeted better. I feel like you probably could have purchased the food.
Yep, that looked like a really nice car that she was in, too.
Food for your family.
Nice and
Crazy
clean.
idea, but no, she doesn't think that way. This woman also did a follow-up video where she said that she learned to steal from the white man. And so actually we need to blame the white men for her stealing. It's our responsibility as white people, specifically white men, because we stole first, so now she is able to steal. Then she made another video saying that churches now, because SNAP benefits are running out, they need to step up and help people like her. People who steal? I don't know. I don't really know how that's gonna work, ma'am. But don't worry, guys. It's not just the people on food stamps who are excited to steal. Everybody should be excited to steal, and they are really happy about it.
As someone who has never been approved for food stamps, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually happy for this food stamps cut. And it's not for the reasons that you think. It's not because I'm like a hater and I'm upset that people are getting like free stuff. No. I just can't wait for the looting. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because for someone...
I mean, I'm kind of there too, but on the opposite side. I want them to really, really see what it's like whenever they keep hurting themselves like this. It's like they got hit with their own confusion.
Someone who is not on food stamps and you have to constantly pay for these expensive groceries, I'm tired. I'm sick of it. Like, I just can't wait for the looting.
So she's excited for the chaos to start. She's excited for the crime rate to rise. She's excited to go in and be able to steal groceries because that feels fair for her. And listen, yeah, I am sure that it is frustrating when you see people.
I'm excited for the FOPO. That's what I'm excited for. I'm excited for something to actually be fucking done about these insane people. Like, if they crash out more, that's just gonna create more hostility from the government to actually fucking go and arrest the criminals. Like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? People that are calling for people for mass criminality, mass looting. Like, what are we doing? Violence.
Online
Holy
boasting
shit,
about
dude.
the fact that they are able to purchase thousands upon thousands of dollars of food for free every single month thanks to their SNAP program when you can't cash in, when you haven't been able to be approved for that.
Lock up the violent freaks. Why does that have to be a controversial take nowadays?
But in a normal, healthy society, in a moral society, I would think the response would be, hey, can we fix this system? Not take it out on the corporations or the grocery store managers or the retail clerks or the security guards standing outside who have no say in any of that. And they are the ones who are going to be directly impacted. Somebody commented and talked about this whole thing and said, United States, where the non-working poor are obese and have stuffed pantries and the working class worries about where their grocery money will come from. And most of the non-working poor cry about poverty, racial, social inequality. Exactly. Which is why even though it's ridiculous that she is in support of looting and chaos, her frustration makes sense. Like all of this, the insanity of it just makes me want to put my head into a pillow and scream, which actually would be really comfortable thanks to my Cozy Earth sheets.
Blah, blah, blah.
Friday has sent off the teriyaki go. Folly is better at checkout. But anyway, back to the point, guys.
Yeah.
According to this next guy that we're gonna watch, actually, the system can't be abused at all.
Nobody is abusing food stamps. You can't abuse food stamps. That's like stealing from Darth Vader. Nobody cares.
It's always the eyes. Have you noticed that they either have those insane
That person was fucking insane. Like, he's taking that energy that we should have around if buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing, and using it on things where it's actually stealing.
liberal women glasses, or they have crazy eyes, as you just saw. And sir, when people are selling their food stamps for cash, or when they are refusing to work because it's easier just to sit on their asses and collect wealth,
like, their faces look like they have room temperature IQ and have no basic understanding of how anything works in the economy.
welfare checks, that, by definition, is abusing the system. It is taking advantage of the taxpayers whose money is literally taken from us to fund those behaviors. But to be fair, based on everything we have seen today, I do not think that any of these people's moral compasses can register that. Now, I will say, all of this started to confuse me a little bit because all of those people were saying that they, deserve the SNAP benefits, they were entitled to all of this, they needed it in order to survive. But this woman, she did have a completely different take.
Black Americans do not care about your government shutdown, and Black Americans do not care about you taking away our EBT and our government assistance, because Black Americans never depended on the American government to take care of us and feed us because we never could. We were never able to depend on the government in spite of what you may say and what you may try to force us to believe.
Well, what a joyous individual. That's just such a...
Yeah, I felt bad watching that. Let's not do that again, please.
A beautiful message of self-reliance and hope that is completely rooted in facts and logic and a basic understanding of American history. Maybe this woman should share her message of empowerment with the rest of her community, who seems hell-bent on telling the rest of Americans that it is our responsibility to continue taking care of them. Let's just try to get the messaging consistent here so we can all be on the same page. Now, guys, this is just a sliver of what has been going on social media right now. People are livid, they are brazen, they are losing their minds, they are posting about how they sell their stamps, where they plan on looting. They're literally sitting in the parking lot of the stores where they have just stolen, and they're posting it online, all of it. And so, needless to say...
Yeah, start arresting these people. Start arresting them. All of them.
Say, if the government shutdown continues, if SNAP is shut down next week, I would steer clear of the grocery stores. Like, I genuinely do believe that this is going to cause massive unrest. And of course, many people have also posted and said that when this violence does inevitably start, because they are planning on it, everyone needs to remember to blame Trump and blame the government. And this one right here was a personal favorite of mine. And take note of this right here.
And next week,
Oh God.
people
Oh
are
God.
going to have to resort to possibly stealing in order to feed
Resort to stealing. How about you just work a little fucking harder?
themselves and their families. And the government complains because they will complain about the crime rate going up.
They will complain about all. She sounds like she's got a breathing problem. Maybe she needs to remove that septum ring. Or maybe lose some fucking weight.
Even though they're the ones who fucking did it. Make sure you point your anger at the system and the people at the top, because they're the ones who took the food away from families and poor people and starving children.
They didn't take your food away. You took your own food away. She probably ate it all. There we. She don't need it. She obviously don't need it. She probably ate it. But the government didn't take away your food. You took your own food away by letting yourself be reliant on food stamps. Well, you're probably paying for every fucking streaming service, getting your nails did, your hair did, because those are necessary. Looking pretty, looking beautiful. Is that your top priority, you fucking freaks?
The poor people just want to eat. They just want to survive like the rest of us. They just want to keep living like the rest of us.
Now, she really thought that she did something there with that video. Now, moving on, others were saying that this was all part of Trump's plan. He wanted SNAP to go away because he wants the crime rate to increase so that he could pin all of this violence on low-income Americans, on the Black American community, because he's a racist, and then he's going to send in the National Guard, and everyone is going to be victim. Like, that is literally what they are saying. Now, again, I would ask, did you forget that it is the Democrats who are keeping everything shut down? They are the ones who have made this happen.
Yeah, well, they didn't forget. They just never knew it because they don't actually pay attention to anything except for the freaks telling them what to do and how to feel. Like, that's the only thing that they pay attention to. And they're not going to tell them that they're keeping everything shut down. They're going to keep saying it's the Republicans' fault and keep lying about it.
It is the Democrats. And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if they hoped that we started to see cities burn in mostly peaceful protests so that they could turn it around on Trump and blame him for civil unrest like they always do. I could see that being part of a plan. I mean, they're already blaming him.
If the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, that's better for them because they're the rich.
And he literally has no power in the situation. For example, Pocahontas Warren, she tweeted this, and she said, for the first time in modern history, Donald Trump is shutting down SNAP. That means that 42 million Americans will miss out.
Even though that's not correct, but I wish he was.
Food assistance funds starting on November 1st, Donald Trump is choosing to let mamas and their babies go hungry. So obviously, Pocahontas is using emotional manipulation here, but the Senate Republicans were quick to call out the blatant lies that she
Satan knows scripture too.
Is spreading. They said completely false. The president cannot use emergency funds for SNAP, and Senator Warren has voted against SNAP funding 12 times in the last month. Instead of blaming the president, that's an impossible challenge, Senator Warren should do her job and vote for our bipartisan bill that fully funds SNAP. Like, I'm sorry, but MAGA and Trump, they're not doing this to you. I don't know how many times I can say that about different situations. Like, Trump is not lurking in a corner doing this to all of Americans. Like the spending bill or not, think that it's overspending, like what's in it, whatever. Republicans want it passed. They want the government to be back open. They want people to be able to have their SNAP benefits, but they are also not going to cave to these insane people who are lying about them at every turn. The same people who mocked Charlie Kirk getting shot, the same people who happily call for our murder and our death, like, they are not going to cave to that, and they shouldn't. I mean, even the USDA website is making sure that the record is straight. If you go online to look up anything about SNAP, anything like that, this is the first thing you see. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Bottom line, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats.
We got 2 days.
They continue to hold out for healthcare for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government to the...
If you're watching this video on November 1st, tell me how it's going.
mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. Yeah, well, specifically, I think the Democrats want the illegal aliens to be able to get their gender mutilation surgery and then go home and recover while having a large bottle of pop that they buy with their EBT cards. That is the America that the Democrats, apparently, that's what they're telling us they want. Now, I know that I have made fun of people today, rightfully so, in my opinion, but this whole situation is objectively sad because there are those who do need assistance, who do not take advantage of the program, who are using it in the way that this program was intended to be used.
I disagree that it needs to be. I 1000%. Like, the people who need the food, who actually do need the food stamps, go somewhere else to get it, man. Go seek help elsewhere. They will help. There are people who help. You're just taking the easy way out. And it sucks. It really does. But I don't think that we should have a right from the government to have food. Because you're taking away from somebody else to give to somebody who didn't earn it. Because I'm sorry, just having a baby, and that does not earn you the right for the government to take from somebody to give to you. Like, that really sucks. Find you a community. Find you some people that will help prop you up and stop shoving yourself in a corner to be forgotten and then relying on the government. Because it turns out real bad, because the government fails sometimes. And it's getting worse. The world is getting worse. What are you going to do when there actually is absolutely nobody there to help you? You will not be prepared. Only the strong will survive.
Also being impacted. 9mm SMG wrote, I know one family on EBT. The husband lost his job and they're struggling while he looks for work. His new job doesn't pay enough. They've been on it for about 2 months. He hasn't said anything or asked for anything. If they don't end up getting money on the first, I'll buy them groceries until he finds employment. I will buy his kid Christmas presents from him. This is not some charitable flex. I'm glad to help somebody local in need. Someone who is not a...
This is the way. This is the way. Help your neighbors, man. Help your neighbors.
Freeloader, somebody who isn't entitled and threatening to steal. SNAP was never meant to be a lifelong thing for the young and able-bodied. Want to help people? Help good people locally. Help the ones who just need a hand for a little while. Don't support generational welfare. That is what SNAP has enabled.
And they could go to the church to help. Like, the church is willing to help and they'd love to help. But that's not what these people want. They want somebody to baby them, to take care of them so they don't have to do anything and they can just keep consuming the things that are destroying their brains so they can feel good.
Charity works. Most of the videos that are going viral on social media right now, the thousands and thousands of videos where people are talking about SNAP, posting their SNAP hauls, wanting to talk about looting, stealing, all of that, the people in those videos, they are the types of people who have ruined the system for good families like this, the people that welfare was actually designed to help. But when there is no deadline, when there is no incentive to get off welfare, when the government gives you a path to rip off taxpayers for years and years on end in a low trust society, that is going to be taken advantage of, as it has been today. When there is no real transition program to get people off of SNAP, why would people even try? Crowder posted about this and he said, SNAP costs taxpayers $145 billion a year.
That's too much.
Recipients spend twice what the average worker does on groceries, which is insane, and that is true. I fact-checked that.
That is how much money that Elon Musk is worth. More. Like, Elon Musk is worth around that, and I think he's worth a little bit more, but still.
That is not helping the poor. It is rewarding the people who abuse the system. This is why the entire thing just needs to be stripped down and rebuilt.
Unfortunately, a lot of people, a lot of poor people don't care about the system and they will use it to their advantage because fuck the system, right? And I have a different attitude on that. I don't trust the system to actually help me. So fuck them. That's my take on it.
I am not against government assistance in a black and white way, but
I am. Yeah, I am 1000% against government assistance.
Against a system
of any kind
that enables this kind of exploitation. We need new guidelines on who can qualify and for how long. We need new standards on what people can purchase. Like, no more fancy Nespresso pods, no more candy or soda or freaking lobster tails for your 7 kids from your 7 freaking baby daddies. And yes, that is a real thing.
Because of the government shutdown, now I can't get my stamps for next month. How am I gonna feed my 7 kids? I have 7 different baby daddies. And
well, for one, you should. What the fuck? 7 different baby daddies. This person's fucking insane. All right, you got 7 kids from 7 baby daddies. For one, you shouldn't have done that. And for 2, go fucking get some farm animals. Go fucking raise a farm. Make your own food. Oh, but I can't afford it. Move. Oh, I can't afford to get another house. Fuck the house. Live in a fucking tent for all I care. I have. My family has. It wasn't even a big deal. I thought it was kind of cool as a kid.
None of them no good for me.
Ma'am, this is an insane video to make. That is your responsibility. And side note, maybe we could use this as an opportunity to fix the broken families in America, to remind people to be careful about who you sleep with and who you have children with, because it is not the American taxpayers' fault that you have 7 baby daddies who will not step up and help you pay the grocery bills. Like, this should be a warning sign for everyone. And speaking of relationships, the last thing I'll share, and this might be the most insane video that you watched today, the last thing I'll share is that all of this, guys, apparently could be really bad for MAGA men, because apparently come November 1st, the women out there who you could date, they're gonna be a lot gayer. Just watch.
Do MAGA men think that because WIC and SNAP benefits are going away November 1st, that this is gonna open up the pool of women that they can date? Because they're gonna say, oh, single mom, she's already proven to be a breeder, and she's going to be broken, not able to feed her kids. What can I get away with? What can I do to her?
What the fuck is going on here?
She can feed her kids. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They're going to be so disappointed. And because women have chosen the bear, and the next step in that is women choosing women, not in a gay way, but to live together and care for each other.
I don't know, lady. It seems pretty gay. That seems pretty gay. And also, I
It's
just have
pretty
to say,
fucking gay.
what kind of delusional reality do these people live in? Like, I genuinely cannot believe that that video is not satire. These are people who walk amongst us. This lady...
This is probably a sane video from this lady, too. I bet it gets more fucking insane than that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Leave it out of my feed.
Probably are gonna run into her at the grocery store, at the library, with her freaking liberal woman glasses, genuinely believing that men who voted for Donald Trump are out here, they're gonna take advantage of
There are people out there that will have anxiety attacks, panic attacks, if they hear somebody mention J.K. Rowling or Harry Potter. Just that. Not even talking about anything, just like saying the words Harry Potter.
mothers so that they can get away with things. Like, what universe do you live in? Did you really think that this was some kind of mic drop moment that you needed to share on TikTok? Obviously she did, but it's just sort of...
Yeah, there's a range. They're like anti-anything good. That's what they are. They are anti-anything good.
Insane. Somebody commented and said,
They think that bad means good and good means bad.
sure my wife will be ecstatic to hear that single moms won't be throwing themselves at me anymore. Somebody else said, damn, and I was all set to snag a welfare queen to drag my bank account and ruin my credit. This sucks. I think you have a completely wrong read on MAGA men. Just saying, lady. And then this was my favorite comment. This guy said, with those glasses, it's always a gay way. And you know what? Maybe that is the end goal. You know, make crime spike, blame Trump, and then make America gay again. I mean, who knew that food stamps were that powerful?
Dude, I can't anymore. I can't anymore. Everything's so ridiculous. I love it. I love what's going on, actually. I love reacting to it. None of it actually affects me because I don't use any of these systems. And I'm just like kind of on the outside looking in because I am straight actual anarchist. I don't want to change anything about the system. Let me be clear. I'm fine with it all being up. I'm fine if it burns down. Like, I'm fine with everything that's going on. Because I want nothing to do with it. I don't think that we should implement anarchism. I think maybe sometimes we should, but I'm not going to do it, so fuck it. I'm just going to keep going to church, and I'm going to keep praying to my God, Jesus Christ, and I hope that you come with me, because it's lovely over here. I can't get angry about anything anymore. All I do is extend my hand. And anybody that I'm, like, making fun of, humiliating, I'm leaving it open to have a conversation and to bring you to my side so we can be a little bit more sane. And if you don't want to do that, well, you're going to be in the pool of humiliation with everybody else. And maybe eventually they'll learn. They'll listen and learn and realize that they're being fucking retarded. Oh, dude, the celebrity Hollywood culture keeps falling apart. You love to see it, man. All these places that I hate, all these sick, degenerate, violent freaks, everything's falling down around them. CBS fires woke staff and mass layoffs. Bari Weiss enters and woke gets cut. How about that?
A bloodbath. CBS News laying off thousands of staffers, including their race and culture unit. You see, my friends, Bari Weiss recently sold her outlet, The Free Press, to CBS News and became the head of CBS News. And the woke are whinging. Oh, they're upset. Now, I've got
Like, oh man, I gotta move my box. It is finally time. It's finally time for all of this woke bullshit garbage to be going away. I love it so much.
criticisms of Bari Weiss, but I overall think she's pretty good. I certainly don't believe Free Press was worth $150 million, but CBS,
Free
you must
Press.
truly be desperate. That's the only real way to explain it. When it was announced that CBS was buying Bari Weiss's Free Press for $150 million, a lot of people came out and said, yeah, right. Or I should say, initial reports were that she was planning on selling for $150 million. And I was like, this is stupid. $1 billion gajillion dollars. Get out of here. Well, it turns out they actually did it. And my only assumption is that CBS News is seeing something happen internally, and they are concerned they cannot function. One, the old style of news will not work any longer.
Yep.
News.
Dude, cable news. What the fuck are we doing with that, man? Why is that still a thing? Like, streamers have overtaken the cable news networks. The only thing keeping them alive is they all shake hands with each other, and they all get these brand deals, and that's what's keeping them alive. But the brand deals don't make anybody any money. It just loses money. And it keeps happening, and we're finally seeing the rot start to make everything crumble. Because it's just been rotting for so long. And we tried to warn them. We've been warning them. Like, get out. Do something else. Switch it up, man. Start being real. You gotta be more real than the real people. They don't know how to do that because they're not real people. They're fucking lizard people.
It's social media, so what do you really need? Not to mention the culture of the company was woke cultism, so they were in trouble. I think it was smart of CBS to make this move, realizing in 10 years you will cease to exist. So how do they then give Bari Weiss $150 million? Well, apparently there's a lot of stock involved, so she's getting equity, maybe not upfront cash. But the reality is, while her company was not worth it, and I'm going to say this with no problem, Free Press was not worth $150 million. The reason why she was is because CBS has no choice. And that's the only thing that actually makes sense in this. Now, your conspiracies, the idea would be that CBS went to her and said, we want you to come work for us and bring this here. And she said, nah, I'm rich. And they said, okay, well, we'll give you a lot of money. Just, I'm already rich. Apparently, they had about 100,000 paying subscribers, which is believable, meaning they're pulling in around $1 million a month.
That's a lot of money.
From about 10 to 15 million per year in revenue.
Yeah, that's not enough money, but that is a lot of money to me.
Revenue generated from a staff that largely doesn't make that much money, which means she's in the profit. Now, for Bari, she's probably sitting on this saying, I make millions of dollars a year. Why would I sell to CBS News? So CBS said, how about $150 million? And she went, I can't say no to that. You know, in the wake of this, I've asked a lot of people if, like, Fox News said they wanted to buy out Timcast for $150 million, should I do it? Literally everybody said yes. And I'm like, really? I know that.
Nah, fuck them. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. Who needs that money? Who really does? What can you really build with that? You're going to end up building bigger, and then you're just going to run into more problems. I just let it all come natural. Just let it flow. I ain't trying to make no deals.
There's going to be a lot of you in the comments who are going to say no. To be fair, I'm not suggesting anyone's approached me with that offer. My attitude has largely been...
You know what'll happen? Sell it. Fuck it. Sell it. And then start something again. Why not?
The company does well enough. Timcast, we're growing. We have a healthy income stream and revenue stream. I wish I could say it all goes into my pocket. It doesn't, because I believe more in growing the company and succeeding.
Exactly.
It matters more to me to win a culture war and build a better...
Just build, baby, build.
...future for the people of this nation than it does for me to own an infinity pool or a Ferrari. But
Same.
I don't know. I'm curious what you'd think.
Like, if I had more money, yeah, definitely I'd make my living conditions better. But like, oh man, I'm gonna make everybody's living conditions better by basically propping up a community.
Should I, if I was ever made an offer or such, should I do it? There's a lot of arguments. Some say you get bigger reach, you get more influence. But again, I'll stress, no one has made that offer to us. I'm just saying when you look at this. So here's where it gets fun. The Race and Culture Unit axed. 2,000 journalists axed at CBS, possibly including woke icon Gayle King.
Wah.
I'd say learn to code, but given H-1Bs, maybe learn to flip burgers. Hey. Smash burgers.
Yep, put the fries in the bag. Let's bring back all the burger culture by making all these people work at fucking McDonald's.
That's the dream, a smash burger restaurant. The Daily Mail reports CBS News begins staff cull days after anchor announced his exit amid ongoing rumors Gayle King's days are numbered. Heavens me, my friends. All of these woke individuals are soon to be out of a job. Well, my friends, before we read into this story, I want to give a shout out to a great sponsor. It is Beam Dream. Hey, they help keep the lights on here. This is what we got to do, right? But I got to be honest, I'm a big fan of Beam Dream. When we first got sponsored, I said, okay, this looks interesting, right? I'll try it out. Tastes great. I tried one. I thought it was fantastic. You can go to shopbeam.com/
Sounds fucking great.
and pick up your Beam
I kind of just want the grinder.
Dream nighttime sleep
Frother?
sleep aid. But let me tell you.
Oh, that's a frother.
After about a week of taking it every
Still.
night, because it honestly just tasted good, my sleep
Okay, that's enough of the ad.
Check it out. Start hitting CBS News after its parent company announced a plan to axe more than 2,000 staff across the organization.
Let's go.
New editor-in-chief
Replace them with robots. I don't fucking care at this point.
Bari Weiss acknowledged the cuts on the network's morning editorial call Wednesday. Semaphores
Let's bring about the Terminator Salvation future. Let's make more robots, replace more people, then go to war with them.
Tanny reported. Weiss called it an enormously difficult day for the network. David Ellison, the chairman of CBS News parent Paramount, broke the news about the company-wide layoffs in a note to staff Wednesday morning. In some areas, we are addressing redundancies that have emerged across the organization. In others, we are phasing out roles that are no longer aligned with our evolving priorities, and the new structure designed to strengthen our focus on growth. The layoffs will include an initial round of cuts on Wednesday that will impact 1,000 staffers across various departments. Another 1,000 are soon to follow. At CBS News, nearly 100 positions will be eliminated, a person familiar with the matter told CNN. The source, speaking on condition of anonymity, said the cuts were planned before Weiss arrived at the network. I don't believe you. Okay, I half believe you. It's probably why they hired Bari Weiss in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, I think that it probably was. It probably was planned to do it anyway. Probably a lot worse than that, actually.
Will also hit Paramount's film studio and cable networks, including MTV, Nickelodeon, and BET. Well, let's be...
MTV got rid of music a long time ago, and they finally dropped the fact that they are music at all.
Be real, MTV is just the Rob Dyrdek channel, and there's no point in these cable channels existing anyway.
Yep.
The news comes after CBS Evening News
Why are we still propping up cable? It's just for old people, and I guess people who have just been indoctrinated into having cable all the time. But like, even with as many people as we got on cable right now, as old people get older, they start dying of natural causes because they're old. And there goes your viewership, and then you're not able to prop anything up. Maybe we'll go full public access for TV, for cable. And then you'll be paying for cable public access, and that's it.
John Dickerson announced his resignation, ending a stint plagued by poor ratings. The 16-year CBS veteran had been quietly negotiating his exit for weeks. Well-connected sources told the Daily Mail earlier this year that executives will most likely not renew Gayle King's contract when it expires. I'm going to tell you, this won't save you. It's not going to save you. Hiring Bari Weiss ain't going to save you. And I'm not trying to...
Yeah, you're going to have to pull the whole company apart. Pull it down. Separate the pieces. Throw some of them away. Clean it up. And then build it back up with new pieces thrown throughout it, here and there. Because it's not working the way it's structured right now, the way everything's going. none of this is gonna work. You're basically, you're just putting yourself on longer life support. Like, we're just delaying the inevitable at this point.
Be a dick. Timcast IRL is a big show, not really the biggest, but everything's
You're merely delaying the inevitable.
decentralizing. Everyone is finding their own esoteric base. So while certainly my show does well enough to that I'm successful, there's a cap, and everyone's got one. Who do you want to target? How do you want to grow? The days of the Bill Maher, of the Anderson Cooper are over. Even Anderson Cooper and Bill Maher aren't pulling the numbers they once pulled in, because people are looking for who aligns with them more directly. And so what do we see? For Timcast, for us, most of our viewership, or I should say our...
I think people are really rallying behind culture builders too, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think right now, the Twitter X, whatever you want to call it, meme culture is the biggest culture and is still growing, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Largest demographic is Chicago. Makes sense. That's where I'm from. So my moderate worldview probably aligns very much so with many people in Chicago, and that's our biggest demographic. It's funny. When I go to Chicago, I get recognized all the time. It's kind of crazy. Well,
By the way, the amount of memes, bro, it's gonna get worse. Like, even the White House is on board with memes now. Dude, everybody's memeing, and there's gonna be more memes than ever. We are going to out-meme the AI, because the AI is not gonna be able to meme as well as humans.
it's actually quite simple. I'm not from New York, so I don't relate with New Yorkers. Some probably, to a certain degree. Same thing with rural, urban, conservative folk, to a certain degree, perhaps. We like Trump, I guess. California is actually a big market for us as well. Because if you were an urban liberal with conservative slants, we're probably going to agree. Now, there are many liberals that just hate Trump and will say they hate Trump, and they're going to align with all the urban liberals. Conservatives that are going to church every Sunday are going to align with the conservatives. And when it comes to CBS, who are you pandering to? Who are you aligning with? This mass market will never exist again. Well, maybe it will. I don't know what's going to happen, right? But
I don't really think so. I think it's gonna be, you're gonna have to find your audience. That's really what you got to do, is just find your audience, and you can't get the entire modern audience. That doesn't exist. You're gonna have to go hard line on an audience, and maybe some other things that you have pander to some other audiences, but like, that's what it's gonna have to be. You're gonna have to really focus in on your audience.
this is the principal issue, I suppose, for this country. The monoculture is gone. Now, I think CBS saw free press and said, we want to capture this. But the free press generates about 3 million hits per month. Microscopic. I'm going to level with you.
Dude, Asmongold gets way more than that. Nuxanor gets way more than that. Even when Tectone, even though he's not around, when he comes back, he's gonna get way more than that. Like, they constantly, these people that are for the corporate bullshit hate on the people that should be the popular ones that everybody should be standing behind. It's like, it's almost as if the evil forces, it's really not good for the evil forces that been controlling the MSM, the mainstream media, and Hollywood and all this bullshit for so long. It was all run by demons, and they just can't have it. They're losing, and they're freaking the fuck out. And I think the good and the bad are really becoming separated, and they're becoming stronger forces. And eventually, this town ain't big enough for the two of us is gonna happen. And it's gonna be a war. It's gonna be a war. It's coming. Good versus evil. The obvious truthers versus the obvious liars. And the liars ain't gonna give a shit. And the truthers are really gonna give too much of a shit. And it's gonna cause a clash. And it already kind of is.
We haven't put as much effort, or, I shouldn't say, that's not fair. But youtube.com/Timcast and rumble.com/theculturewar. The first channel I ever launched, and it's got 1.4 million subs, and we do about 3 to 4 million hits per month. Yeah, it's got 1.4 million subscribers. Ain't nowhere near that channel being worth $150 million. So how does this make sense? It doesn't. I don't know what CBS's long-term play is, but I'm happy to see they're...
The only way it makes sense is because everybody's shaking hands and all the advertisers are shaking hands with the companies. They all own each other. They own portions of each other. And it's just not the way it works anymore. People don't like that kind of content. People don't watch that kind of content. And a lot of people just watch one stream of content. Like, there'll be people that only watch Asmongold. And there'll be people that only watch Tim Pool. Because they're doing other things mostly. There's so many things to do. Like, a lot of the content that I consume outside of this YouTube channel when I'm just by myself, like doing nothing, I'll be playing a video game and listening to a podcast like I was last night. I was listening to Atozi on Say Hi to Eli podcast. It was fucking interesting, man. And I kind of have a little bit of the same thing going on that he was going through, but way, way later in life, because I'm 30. But I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep making content like this, because the only thing that I have to do outside of this is just farm work, because I live on a farm. Fuck everything else. I help the people that actually connect with society in the outside world, and I don't have to.
Their woke garbage. I think CBS will never be that big again. The monoculture is gone, as I already stressed. And they bought the Free Press to say, this is the last bastion. It's where we will stand. It's kind of wild to think that we've come to this point.
I saw it coming, man. I saw it coming years ago. Been calling it. Pretty much every fucking step of the way, I've been right. So far. I mean, I've missed a couple things here and there, and it was like, usually I was half right. I just didn't see all of the pieces. But when it comes to culture, dude, I've been paying attention to culture since I was a child. I've been very, very much into it. Been very, very much into culture building since I was a child. So I pay attention to all this shit, and it's easy to see the patterns and predict where it's going. Especially if you've seen as much sci-fi and read as much sci-fi as somebody like me, because I am a sci-fi nerd. And pretty much, like, we've gone beyond sci-fi. So much so, it's easy to call everything, because we're on paths that if you combine every sci-fi book, movie, show, whatever, that's pretty much what real life is right now. And we're kind of headed into all of the directions. So it's really easy to tell where we're going with all of this.
CBS is buckling. I don't know how you ever get that monoculture back. I really don't. Now, it is possible. What we'll end up seeing is these big media companies, Fox, CBS, ABC, whatever, start coming after the likes of us. CBS going to Bari Weiss very much proves it, though, to be fair. She was a New York Times typical journalist as it was.
The problem, I think, is they're going to have to shut us out. They're going to have to shut us down. Like, all of the people that want nothing to do with them. A lot of the biggest people want nothing to do with them. And they're going to have to shut all those people down, or give them big enough chunks of cash to get them on board with what they're wanting to do. I think a lot of them already are like that. Or a lot of people align with the corporations because they want it to be like that, and it's not like that yet. I.e. Hasan Piker with AT&T. I mean, Ludwig got on board with that, but, like, they don't like Hasan Piker, so he's out. Asmongold, he's out. People like me, I'm out. But you push that many people out, you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a counterculture. Because the counterculture that we were is turning into the actual culture, and there's going to end up being a counterculture against us. Guaranteed. And who knows, it'll probably get bad enough, this culture that we're in right now, that's winning, is going to get so bad, it's going to get so muddy, and so boring, and disgusting, and old, that I'll probably end up going with the next counterculture. It's like, I don't know, I'm always part of the counterculture, because the regular culture ends up getting in shitified eventually.
She just called out the wokeness since she gets hired. What we're watching now, if you watch Fox News, for instance, Will Cain show, great show, by the way. But when he does a lot of his interviews, they're in-studio podcast-style interviews on Fox TV, which I find to be very interesting. There are a lot of networks. You know, I go on Fox, they'll send me a van.
Too many.
And if I go on Jesse Waters' show in person, which I've done a couple times in recent history,
I think even people, the reason they're pulling out of streaming services and off of streaming platforms is because they're on social media, and that's where they get most of their entertainment from. And we're probably going to see more and more of that, and that's probably why YouTube just made a bunch of changes toward TV users.
Big fan of Jesse as well. They give me an earpiece. I sit at a table. I look at them. I talk for 5 minutes. I leave. With the Will Kane show, they're adapting. I mean, this is a good thing. They bring guests in to sit down with a podcast-style microphone with Will Kane. It is happening, slowly but surely. I believe it's only a matter of time before you're going to start seeing these big
Don't call me Shirley.
networks realize they need to buy out the likes of Bari Weiss or otherwise. Now, Spotify and Apple and whoever else, these big networks, are trying to license podcast shows. I think Fox News is going to make a big move on a lot of these podcasts. They have to.
I think it's a little bit too late for that. I think podcasts are starting to be on their way out, or there's too many that, like, really, the podcasts, most of them get like 100,000 views for most of the really popular ones. Not the ones at the top. They get millions of views. But I think it's just too much. I think we've moved on. I think right now where the culture is with streaming, with streamers, with single streamers who react to the world. I think that's where the current culture is, and that's where it's headed. And I think corporations probably, I don't want them to, but I think they should get behind these big streamers, because that's where everything's headed, especially if they get into another industry and enshittify it even more. And let me tell you, podcasting is already completely enshittified.
They've got Fox Nation, but this is the kind of content people are consuming for now. So we'll see.
It's on its way out. It's been here too long. Usually about a decade is how long it lasts, I've found. Being somebody who's been into like retro stuff, it's usually culture, you kind of can see where it is for 10 years. It starts different and ends different, and by the time it ends, it starts morphing into something else. So you can really see like where decades are, but you can also tell what 85 through 95 looks like. You can see what 75 through 85 looks like. It's like its own time period if you split it up that way. 85, 95, that was like the grunge era. But you can also split up 90 to 2000 as like the pop culture era.
In the meantime, can we not at least revel and gloat over the firing of the woke?
Oh, it's great.
Smash the like button, share the show with everyone. Stay tuned. More to come.
I don't even like... See, this happens legitimately every 10 years. Like, all of the people that were a problem end up getting fired, and then we put in new people that end up being a problem. And regular people are always left out in the cold, man. Every single time. It's like, I'm not seeing any regular people getting backed by any of these corporations while they're still firing all the woke people. They're just going for the other political people. It's fucking ridiculous, man. OG YouTube is officially ending. Employees offered buyouts. They're like, I'm always right about these things, man. Like, we're moving to TV, and we're gonna probably separate all of the games, all the gaming content, and a bunch of stuff's gonna be non-advertiser friendly. You know, that we're gonna be pushing stuff out of being advertised, and it's gonna cause such a rift that it's actually gonna be profitable for them to go to the non-advertiser friendly creators and creations. I'm already seeing that coming. Because that's just an untapped market. You're creating a new untapped market. And maybe that's what they know they're doing. Maybe that's what they want to happen. I don't fucking know, man. It's just like, this one was too easy to see. I've already shifted my content before everybody even was talking about this because I saw it coming. AI is taking over and YouTube is turning into a TV channel. I've already been moving my content toward being like a TV show.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and this is not a video I expected to make today. Of all the companies on the internet right now, one of the most profitable is YouTube, is Google, and they just offered voluntary buyouts to their staff. So something is up. Something big is up. And this is just a couple of days after Amazon laid a bunch of people off. It was Monday. They laid like 14,000.
Are you paying attention to the Google AI? Because I think the Google AI has a lot to do with this too. Google Gemini, especially the Robbie Starbuck situation. I think there's some weird stuff going on with the AI where it's kind of gaining a little bit of self-awareness and semi-sentience. Definitely look up that Robbie Starbuck video. I made a video about it too.
People off, and they're looking to do 30,000 by the end of the month. Now YouTube is offering voluntary buyouts. I haven't read this article yet. It literally just happened. As recording this, it just happened. And of course, it happens, at the end of the day. But this is pretty crazy because I've been talking on Twitter for the last couple days now about some weirdness going on at YouTube. It feels very strange. It feels like Geeky and I have been talking. It feels like they're deliberately underreporting numbers, view stats.
How about that?
Right? And
dude, I said it. Like, all of the companies that are worrying about views are view botting. All of the corporate streamers view botting. It's like, does nobody see this happening? Does nobody ever see this coming? Like, do you not realize that they are going to do all of the manipulative things that you could think of? And they show themselves who they are every time at the lower levels. Think about what the corporate freaks at the lower levels are doing, and just make it at a higher level. They're doing the same thing, but on a higher level. That's how it always worked. That's how it always will work.
And for October, things aren't as good as they usually are. Now, for those of you who know how the ad game is played, usually October, November, December are your best months. Well, October so far has been actually a little below average, even though our views are up. So we've got this crazy theory, and it is just a crazy theory, that YouTube maybe isn't being completely honest with the numbers.
Yeah, don't say it.
They're going to try to pocket more money for themselves. Because if you're part of the YouTube partner program, they have to pay you, I think it's like 45, 55%. It's a pretty good chunk compared to shorts, where it's a pittance, right? Compared to people who aren't part of the partner program, who, YouTube will still run ads on their content, but they don't get paid.
Yeah, and this is why they're going to make more channels that they don't like non-advertiser friendly. So they could sell more advertisements stronger to through the places that are advertiser friendly that they want people to watch. Because they don't want people like me getting ad revenue like that, They want to be the platform that anybody can make content on, but really anybody can't make content here. You can make content. There's just no guarantee it's going to go anywhere because they're going to actively suppress content. You got to make the content that they want you to put out, or it does not get recommended.
They don't get a cut of it. Again, it's just kind of a wacky theory that we have, but I'm comparing notes with other YouTubers, and something is definitely up over there, whether it's AI, which is what I think really at the end of it, that's what this is about, is automating a lot of stuff that would have been caught normally is not getting caught now because everything is done with AI. But they're saying that they believe the disruption over at YouTube is because of AI. They think they're going to replace a lot of people with AI. And we've seen people get gone over the last couple months at YouTube. They've been there for a very long time. So what I'm saying is, if you're expecting the YouTube experience to get better, don't hold your breath. I think
yeah, see, this is why I'm posting on multiple platforms, pretty much all the platforms, and I'm going to be adding more very, very soon.
It's going to get a lot worse.
It always does.
Viewers and for
it always does, man. It always gets worse. It gets a lot worse.
For creators, especially.
Dude, since the beginning of time, it's been getting worse. And as it gets better and better and better, simultaneously, it gets worse and worse and worse.
Because I'm looking at this situation, I'm like, man, all they're doing now is they're throwing shorts in front of people. They're showing like 10 times the amount of ads they used to show. They're throwing.
Dude, the ads are worse, like worse ads. And like, because nobody's clicking on ads. Who clicks on ads? Like, really? I mean, every once in a while you get ads that are like, oh, well, this got me. I want something like that. And then you get it. But dude, most people don't even do that. They'll be like, oh, that's interesting. And they still don't buy it. They still don't click. Like, I don't even understand how all of this works. Like, how does this work? How does ads work when nobody clicks on them?
Shopping links into everything. They're throwing, 4-year-old videos in front of you. It's wild. And again, I think all of this is because of AI. I think their AI has run amok. But let's talk about this. Let's see what's going on here. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Geeky sitting this video out. Again, this just happened. So this comes from the Hollywood Reporter. YouTube to offer voluntary buyouts to employees amid AI disruption. Okay, staffers that want to leave the video platform will be eligible for severance as CEO Neil Moen restructures its product division into 3 groups. This guy's, I gotta tell you, ever since he's come on, everything has changed. I mean, I think they're trying to compete with TikTok now. I think they're trying to compete with TikTok and Netflix. They want to be the best everything but the best YouTube. And yet they're boasting record profits.
Yeah, they're boasting record profits because they're doing a bunch of manipulative tactics in order to make more and more money. And they're not getting money from the places they actually need and putting money into things they need to put money into. And something's got to give, dude. It's going to collapse. It's going to all fall down around them. Or things are going to start feeling worse. And I think that's already going on. That things are starting to feel worse. And we're going to start seeing a lot of crashes, like YouTube crashes. We're going to see a lot of problems. We're going to see a lot of people banned who shouldn't be banned, and then they're going to not be able to be unbanned. We're already seeing it. It already happened with very, very small creators. And then YouTube's automated system was like, nope, we decided that we do need to ban you. And some of them probably, sure, they probably did need to be banned, but I do know a lot of people that got banned for completely bullshit reasons.
It's very curious how that works, right? YouTube continues to be a dominant force in advertising and entertainment, but the disruption from generative AI spares no company. In a memo to staff Wednesday, the CEO, Neil Moen, I think it's Mohan or Mohan, cited this disruption and opportunity of AI as a reason to restructure the video platform, with the executive creating a new reporting structure for the company's product teams and rolling out voluntary employee buyouts, offering severance to any YouTubers that may want to leave the company. Can I get a severance package? Can you just give us a couple $1 million? We'll go away. There you go. A source notes that no rules are being eliminated as part of the change.
They have to actively prevent me from posting for me to go away. Because if not, then I'm going to a different platform. Good luck with that. Especially if YouTube starts feeling worse, people are just going to hop over. And by the way, if you're not already hopped over to other platforms, you're fucking missing out. Think about Twitch and YouTube whenever they first started out. They were tiny. Nobody knew who they were. They had these strong culture building things going on. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger all the way up to this point. A lot of the top streamers on Twitch are the top streamers because they started whenever Twitch started gaining traction in 2016. And some of them even before that. And that's how it happens, dude. So you need to hop over on the other platforms because when one goes down, people migrate. And you never know what's going to change.
The voluntary separation programs can sometimes serve as a prelude to cuts later on. The decision to offer buyouts comes the same week that Amazon announced plans to reduce its workforce by 14,000 jobs, citing AI disruption. Now, I am going to tell you, as someone who's worked for a handful of corporations, if they offer you a voluntary buyout, a severance, if they basically pay you to leave the company, I would recommend taking it, because that is your warning. That's the warning shot. That means layoffs are coming, and the next time you may get gone, but it's not going to be your choice, and you're not going to get the same deal. And I've been in that situation before too. I've had people before like, no, I'm too invaluable. I've been here 30 years. We're not going to take the buyout. I'm going to stick it out. We've been through hard times before. And then
and that's how you get a company that the CEO walks in to an empty building, looks around and sees the screen, and the screen comes down and says, "You're fired." And then there's no more CEO. There's not a single human left. We're headed there, man. We're headed there.
Got laid off like 2 weeks
I can't wait. Because I'm not ever gonna work at one of these stupid garbage companies, man. I'd rather just live out in the woods, raise chickens, and fucking eat dirt and grass. Like, fuck it. Fuck all this nonsense.
That's what's going on, right? So they're going to lay people off. They're telling you they're going to lay you off. They're trying to be nice about it. I mean, they could just like gut the company and not, you know what I'm saying? I would, if you're working at YouTube, I would strongly recommend taking the buyout package.
Yep, the place is on fire. Get the fuck out of there. Or you're going to go down with the ship.
Because you're probably not going to have a job in, you know, a couple months, 6 months, whatever. And this is, again, this is a company that's making record profits, guys.
Oh, they're about to make even more record profits because they're not going to have to pay all these employees.
Going forward, YouTube...
And then people are going to be like, oh, YouTube is so successful. And then they're going to keep having to lay people off because it's never enough. And it's always more and more. They have to spend more and more and more. The more you make, the more you have to spend. And like, bro, eventually there's not going to be enough people left to fire.
We'll have 3 product organizations with the top executive from each reporting directly to Moen. Subscription products. Okay, so this is where we compete with Netflix. Subscription products will be led by Christian Olstein. I don't know who this is. Esleen, and include oversight of YouTube TV, YouTube Premium, YouTube Music, primetime channels, and other business lines. Viewer products.
They don't need to be changing YouTube Music anymore. I think YouTube Music is good where it's at. Maybe the curation of everything, maybe that could be better with AI, but like maybe it'll be better to notice AI content and not recommend it. I get recommended a lot of AI content that I don't want to listen to, so I just actually listen to only bands that I like, only listen to albums. I don't listen to random songs.
By Joanna Vulich, will focus on the YouTube mobile and living room apps, trust and safety, YouTube Kids, search infrastructure, and other key areas in creator and community products, which will be focused on supporting creators, including through YouTube Shorts and its generative AI tools. Okay, I'm telling you, they said YouTube is expected to bring in a new leader for that organization. So they're going to have their Netflix competitor, which is going to be their subscription stuff, and then people like us are going to get lumped in with mobile and living room and trust and safety and YouTube Kids and all that shit. Basically, the pleb content, if you're a pleb and you're making content and posting on YouTube, you're going to get rolled into this other thing. Okay, here it comes, guys. In his memo, Moen said AI is the next frontier for YouTube. In an interview with the Hollywood Reporter for this month's cover story about YouTube, he explained why he thinks AI will ultimately work in service of human creators. I think creation is an area where AI will...
I think maybe if your AI is good, but so far you have taught me that it is not good, and there are people that go above the filters of the AI to change things, to, for one, censor and create bullshit smear campaigns about right-wing creators and people who are deemed right-wing conservatives. Like, such as myself. I would technically, if I talked to a right-wing person, they would say that I'm on the left. Or I would be 10 years ago. But if I talk to a left-wing creator, they're going to tell me that I'm right-wing. It's crazy how that works.
Help enormously by making the process easier, by making it more efficient, and also by making it more powerful. So for those of you who thought naively that YouTube was not going to... Remember, they were like, oh, they're not going to monetize AI slop. No. They are. You just have to disclose it's AI, and it's going to be a case-by-case basis, and it's going to be like, hey, if you're using, Spider-Man and Batman and characters that are, trademarked, obviously you can't do that. You can't monetize that. But no, they're all about AI slop. YouTube is owned by Google. Google is in the AI slop business right now. So I'm telling you.
Just got to outslop the AI slop. That's my philosophy on it.
If you think that that's what's going to happen, you are naive. If you think that you are going to be able to hold your own against AI slop farms, you are naive. If you think that human creators are going to always be needed, you are very, very naive. Because,
well, see, where I am on this is people who don't want to watch the AI slop, that just actually want to watch creators and watch creators talk, they will still find creators. And they will find the real ones, and they will watch them. But people who want to watch movies want to watch TV shows, I want to watch stuff like that, and even reaction videos a lot of times. You don't really, I guess, need a human. You could watch an AI if it's interesting enough. But, like, if somebody's wanting to watch a real person, they're still going to watch creators. And I think it's still going to be very, very popular.
I think this is just a...
You're just not going to be allowed to have millions upon millions upon millions of views anymore. At least for most people.
Theory on my part. I think before it's all said and done, YouTube will generate videos based on search queries, and it'll just spin up videos for people using Gemini and whatever VO, whatever tools they have. And that will...
I don't think they'll be able to sustain it. I think that they'll maybe try that, and it'll break.
Possibly include fake newscasters. They'll possibly include like fake historical footage. I don't know what they're going to do. I think eventually, though, that is what is going to happen. And that'll be like the pleb content, basically the stuff that we make right now, right? The pleb content. And then you'll have the Hollywood stuff. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I think is going to happen. So he's all about the AI. The YouTube chief added, I think we're in the very early days of these types of possibilities, and my hope is that we'll create a lot more opportunity for that entire supply chain of creation, not just the creators at the top. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think there's going to be...
I think they'll be using AI to push out people they don't like.
A lot of replacement here, but it's very, very telling. It is very...
So we'll have to just expand our horizons. Don't have all of our eggs in one basket. You gotta post. If you are a creator and you create things, fuck the money, man. Post everywhere. Post everywhere. It does not matter that Twitch is your main source of income. It does not matter that YouTube is your main source of income. Just fucking do it, man. Just post everywhere. Oh, it divides my audience. Well, your audience is really going to be divided whenever the platform gets shitified, or you don't work on a platform anymore, or the platform just completely collapses. Then you're really going to have to divide your audience.
Telling that they're giving anybody who wants to bail money, like, just go. Because you know what? If you don't go on your own, you're going to be out the door. And this is coming after Amazon just laid a bunch of people off, including a bunch of people at Twitch, by the way. But I just read this article this morning. This is on Business Insider. And they were basically like, hey, the era of... Because we had the tech bubble burst a couple of years ago, and they got rid of a bunch of the activist employees that didn't really do anything, fresh out of college, making six figures, bragging about what they don't do all day. And they got rid of those people, right? And that was a huge shakeout. And then the venture capital ran out. And then there was a run on the one Silicon Valley bank. And, all the money dried up. Well, now the next wave is going to be, how many people in tech can we replace with AI? And the answer is, honestly, quite a few. Quite a few.
And I think the culture after that is going to be more toward people who make the most real content or make the best AI content that's not slop. There will be curated platforms where you won't be allowed to post stuff like that. And they'll be using AI to differentiate between the fact that you have AI slop and good AI. Or, you know what I mean?
That, I'm thinking about what...
They're probably going to be a company that that has a platform that no AI content whatsoever is allowed, unless you've got like little snippets and art here and there. But a whole entire AI generated video, I think that's going to end up being a thing that is not allowed on certain platforms.
Why you hire humans, and a lot of things, like even coding, they're like, learn to code. I'm like, well, the machine's more efficient. The machine can code faster and more perfectly than you can. So,
and that's the problem.
That's out the door.
It's too perfect. It's not good enough to look real. And when it gets too good, it's going to end up looking more real than real life. And that's, again, how we're going to know it's not real.
You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be wild the next couple of years. Basically what's going on, the reason people are losing their collective shit is, careers and industries that they thought they had security in have been completely upended.
We've been warning them. We've been warning them for years. Nobody listened. Nobody listened.
But I would also counter with that, again, as an old dog, I would counter that I've seen a lot of transitions and nothing is secure. I don't care what industry you're in. I don't care. Like, you always have to keep your options open. You're not going to park it at some company for 30, 40 years and retire with a watch. Those days are over. They've been over for a long time. And I don't want to hear anybody going about, well, the boomers get that. I'm like, boomers don't get that either. You ask the 67-year-old man at Walmart working as a greeter or bagging groceries how that's working out for him. And he used to have a job working someplace else that he thought he was going to be at for the rest of his life. You ask him how it's going, and he's going to tell you. And there actually is a guy. There's a guy working at.
Dude, I know a lot of them. I know because I've worked at a lot of these places that don't make very much money, that don't pay you very much money. And there's a lot of people that's like 50, 60 years old.
Our closest Walmart, real nice guy. He's a vet. And, every once in a while I strike up, a little bit of a conversation, kind of ask him, how things are, trying to basically get a beat on like, dude, why are you here? And basically he's there because he has to be there because, his chosen career field did not work out. And I didn't really go into a, whole lot of, detail.
Yep. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket, man. That, like, you can't do that anymore. You can't just work your whole life at one place. You got to work your whole life at one place while doing other things, just in case that doesn't work out for some reason eventually. And it probably won't. And like, you'll be juggling 5, 6 different things, and one of them's going to fall off. Replace it. Like, if you got a whole bunch of things going on. And I think that's probably where the culture is right now and where people need to be headed toward.
Or, ask him for details. But there are a lot of older people that are working jobs that are frankly beneath them because their industry's dried up. I've seen it. And now it's coming for white collar workers and people are flipping out. But it is very telling that YouTube is offering voluntary buyouts. And again, this is a company that has no shortage of cash. So I'm going to talk about that here real quick. There are a lot of YouTubers we've talked about before. I don't know if it's going to get us in trouble or not. I mean, everybody's talking about it. I mean, Linus Tech Tips was making headlines for it. They're like, we really fell off. We don't know why. There have been 2, at least on our end.
I think YouTube is pushing more toward, they want episodic content. Like, where the videos that I got going, where I'm watching one video at a time. See how Clownfish is doing it, where he's got this one video that he posts? I think that content, for the most part, is probably out. And you're going to have to make a bunch of different things in one video if you want it to be like this kind of content. I think the way I'm doing it now, not saying that I'm going to be popular doing it, but I think that's the way we're going. Because I'm seeing that's the way a lot of people have shifted toward. Like Nuxanor. Nuxanor's content's kind of like how I do mine, but it's instead of watching one video at a time, he throws in a bunch of stuff for a long time. You know what I mean? I think that's probably where it's something that's easy to follow, because shitting out 5 videos, 6 videos a day on your channel ain't really doing it. What you're really doing that for is maybe one of them will hit a lot of views and make my other videos get views on top of that, because I don't know, views by proxy. But I think that it's better to get less views and go for longer watch time.
2 very noticeable
for this kind of content. And I think some other content, it really depends on what you do.
Dips in viewership, or at least reported numbers. And the first one came in May, and that wasn't terrible. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. And the summer wasn't great. Probably the worst summer we've had in 8 years, but it was okay. We were still doing better than a lot of people. And then the end of August, there was another blow. And that was like the big one. Like, everybody like dropped off a cliff, and people think it has to do with the ad blocker situation and, what they count as a view. I personally think, and this is Geeky and I talking, and then we talked to some other people, I think they might be underreporting views. And the reason for that is, look, if you got to share.
Yep, they're over-reporting overall views, and underreporting views that they don't want to be associated with, I guess. Or maybe they're doing it as a safeguard just to be like, oh shit, well, they're at least getting this amount of views.
Ad revenue with people. I mean, the thing with Google is you got to trust them, right? I mean, what, you don't have a choice. If you're on YouTube, it's trust me, bro. This is how many views you got. This is how much.
Stop focusing on YouTube. Don't worry about what YouTube's doing. Let them do them, and like they'll see if everybody starts hopping off. By the way, I think that's the way it's going. The worse the top platforms get, the more people feel like they want to jump onto another platform. Look at Twitch right now with Kick. People are switching over to Kick, and people from Kick are saying for people on Twitch, switch over. And people on Twitch are like, no! And then Twitch is collapsing. And they're still like, no, this is my home. Like, okay, good luck with that.
How much we pay you. Or how much we're going to pay you. Trust me, bro, this is what your CPM is. This is what your RPM is.
Stop being reliant. Like, that's all. Like, go back to my food stamps video that I just made. Like, stop being so reliant on others. Do your own thing. If something doesn't work, do something else. And if it's not working for you, stop freaking out about it if you're only doing one thing. And your biggest revenue source, act like it's, like, not your biggest. Act like your smallest revenue source is your biggest revenue source.
For you to argue with them. You can't. I mean, seriously, as an independent creator, you cannot argue with Google. You're not going to be able to march into YouTube's offices and be like...
And I think that you shouldn't. I think that if you don't like it, start shifting over, man. And if you're not getting the views and the numbers, change it a little bit. Do something else. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not that hard to figure out. I guess people are just too worried about money, too money obsessed.
Like, hey, I think you shorted me $50 last month. You know, good luck with that. This is not going to happen. But I do wonder if, you know, they're underreporting now to err on the side of caution or whatever, or more insidiously, if they're underreporting so they don't have to pay out as much. Because if you can save millions and millions of dollars just by, just hypothetically speaking, you know, just again, I don't know if this is going on or not. I'm just saying, if you said, hey, everybody's getting 10% fewer views, 20% fewer views than they were, and it's an algorithm change, but in reality, they were getting those views, but you don't want to pay them. So you're saving 10, 20% on every creator across the board, and that's going to add up to record profits, right? You're going to push shorts because shorts, you don't have to pay out as much, and you still get the watch time, and to the advertisers, a view's a view, right? So you can charge these advertisers the same amount of money, run them on shorts, and not have to pay creators as much. Because frankly, the YouTube creator program was ushered in under a different era, and it is too good of a deal. I think in a lot of ways. And I'm saying this as a creator. The YouTube creator program deal, as it stands right now, would never be ushered in under today's, you know, in today's economy, right? When they did that, YouTube was still relatively young. They were trying to be fair. They were trying to attract and retain.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to be doing something about that. They're going to make it way harder for people to get on. They're going to make it way less money for people. Unless you're really, really big, they're going to make it more. And then it's really going to separate people even more and even more. And what's going to happen, though, is they're going to see people on other platforms, and they're going to be like, hey, move on over here. And that's probably where the culture is going with that. And in that instance of a creator program.
Talent to the platform, but now that YouTube is like the biggest streamer TV thing on the internet, they would never offer that kind of a deal. Like, we're going to give you half of the ad revenue. What are you smoking, right? So I am waiting for the other shoe to drop. And this is, again, this is just speculation on my part. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for them to renegotiate the deal Darth Vader style.
Uh-huh.
And
you know what's going to happen? Probably nobody's going to do anything about it. They're still going to just stick with YouTube unless they're completely kicked off the platform.
drop everyone down to like 20% or something. Or,
Whatever, man.
15%.
Whatever.
Which means that, people that are hypothetically speaking, people that are making $10,000 now are going to make $5,000 or $4,000. And they're going to renegotiate.
It's coming. It's coming. They're gonna drop that revenue.
Negotiate the terms because I'm pretty sure they have a right to do that. That'll be the next thing. And I'm kind of trying to brace myself for that because I'm like, yeah, you cannot depend
It's inevitable.
on YouTube ad revenue as your sole.
Do not be reliant.
Source of income. I mean, we have other stuff going on, but we've had 2 other businesses get completely effed over by recent Google decisions. And so we kind of had a heads up on this because we know how they operate, right? And it is about maximum profit for the company. That's basically it. And I know it's a really crass comparison, but I keep telling people, I said, if you're a YouTuber and you depend almost entirely on YouTube, you're basically an employee of YouTube. You're not even an employee. You're basically a sharecropper. Like you're working Google's land, and hopefully they'll give you some money for it, right? And you're sharing the profits. But
somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to fill that need because there's definitely a need for it. And if YouTube doesn't do it, somebody else will do it. They're already doing it. Rumble's already doing it. It's not very much. They're not doing it very well. But if YouTube ain't doing it, then it's going to get better over there at Rumble and other platforms.
I think that's going to, my personal feeling is that is going to end pretty soon. But I think we're going to see a lot of layoffs in tech over the next 6 months. I'm not sure.
I think we're going to see more big people getting banned for very small stuff. Kind of like how it's going on at Twitch right now.
Sure what the other side of this is going to look like. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I talked to Geeky about this. I've been working in tech since, if you count me doing web development for radio stations and stuff, late 90s. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. That's all I'm saying. Like, I have not, and I don't know what's going to happen.
It's going to crash.
I'm gonna be completely honest, and people are going to be like, oh my God, but, I have no idea.
We're about to see a tech future for a little while where AI and robots are going to replace humans. It's coming. That's what is the next step for a little while. And we'll probably end up going to war with those robots.
I think that I would say we're going to get rid of bloat, but I think there's going to be a massive overcorrection. I think they're going to be over-reliant on AI, and they're going to fire a lot.
And then they're going to bloat the AI. The AI is going to bloat everything, and then the AI is probably going to need other AI to help the AI build more AI. And it's going to get out of fucking control, dude. We're getting to the cyberpunk territory.
People that knew how to make things go, and then they're going to leave, and they're not going to come back. They're going to be like, well, I'm taking my institutional knowledge with me, and you guys can go fuck yourself. That's what I think is ultimately going to happen. But that's big news. I mean, for YouTube to say, hey, we're going to buy you out.
And by the way, with all the current culture that we've got going on with these corporations getting worse and worse and worse, getting bigger and bigger at the same time, doing these mass layoffs, seeing record profits, you're going to start seeing people being like, the writing's on the wall for me. All it's going to take is one of these giant corporations for everybody to walk out at the same time and protest. And then they're all going to do it. And it's going to be a domino effect. And then you're going to start seeing corporations just start collapsing left and right. And it's going to cause such chaos in the world, dude. And it's going to be so bad that governments aren't going to be able to bail them out. Because if they try and touch it, they're going to end up collapsing with the collapsing corporations. It's going to get real fucking weird. It's going to get real weird.
That means things are going to change dramatically.
And the reason I know that, because that is the most sci-fi shit that I could think of. And usually the sci-fi shit happens.
At YouTube. So I'm going to point you in the, and this is everything that's happened in the last year or two has been a precursor to this, by the way. This is what the end goal was. They probably have a 5-year plan, and all these changes, these very unpopular with creator changes that they're making, it's all about chasing Hollywood and chasing maximum revenue for YouTube. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, right now Hollywood's done for, and everybody's scrambling to try and replace what it once was with something new. And all it's gonna be is just another fucking Hollywood. Like, I don't get it. That is a weird hole that does not need to be filled. But you know, Hollywood likes to fill weird holes. The entire gaming industry has lost the plot. Yep, 1000%. Everybody who's just chasing money, and that's it. They're chasing more and more and more and more and more money, and corporatizing everything, and incorporating AI and politics and like modern culture and all of that. They're gonna collapse. Everything, every single thing, like all of the corporations, even outside of gaming. You're already seeing it with Amazon. You're seeing it with Google. You're seeing it with Microsoft. You're seeing it with all of these giant gaming corporations like EA, like even the smaller corporations below EA that EA owns. You're seeing it with Ubisoft. It's happening everywhere. They've all lost the plot. It's like they're chasing a high that doesn't exist anymore. They're trying to do a drug that is no longer with us, that became extinct because we forgot how to make it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so today's video is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be about Halo's co-creator and the Halo 2 design lead apparently having a little bit of a melty melt online and a problem with their video game being utilized as a meme for the...
Yeah, their video game. It's not their video game. They're not working on it. They're not in these companies. Nobody cares what they got to say. It's just kind of hilarious. I laughed when I saw this. Absolutely abhorrent. Like, get the fuck out of here with this. Like, it's memes, bro. Why are you getting mad on the internet?
White House to push supposedly abhorrent political propaganda, as they like to put it. Now, the funny thing about all of this is that
I just gotta say, wah. All I hear is crying. If you're crying on the internet, you're gonna get made fun of, you big fucking crybabies.
this comes from a very, 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 very disingenuous place, right? The reason why I say that is because they come out here and they complain because it's people that they don't like making the memes, right? I said this in my last video and I will say it again. If this was Kamala Harris in the Spartan armor, they would have no problem with it. If this was Joe Biden in the armor, they would have absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. It's only because it's Donald Trump. It's only because there's Republicans in the White House.
Not only that, it's because they can't stand the fact that it's actually funny. They, like, if it's actually funny and goes against their narrative, dude, they just freak the fuck out. They cannot handle it. At this level, dude, absolute cinema.
That they suddenly have a problem and they want to consider it to be absolutely abhorrent, right? Now, the funny thing is they're being extremely disingenuous by saying this is politics into video games. I don't think you quite understand what that means. When you put politics into video games, it actually looks like something like this. Halo, on their official account, says, Happy Pride Month. Embrace love, diversity, and inclusion by equipping the Unity 24 armor coating, nameplate, and emblem in Halo Infinite this June. Let's stand together in honoring our LGBTQIA zip code community and forging a future of unity and acceptance for all. Hashtag Pride 2024.
It's funny that they mention Unity because they switched to Unreal Engine.
Here's the ironic thing is you're going to have people say, well, my sexuality is not politics. I don't understand how you could think being gay is political. And you're right. It shouldn't be political. However, back in 1999, when Bill Clinton decided to proclaim June to be Pride Month in the original way that he did, and then Obama decided to follow up and decided to change it to mean, LGBTQIA, and he decided to proclaim that as well.
Yep, it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Till somebody does something about it. Been saying it years and years and years. It's going to get worse. It always gets worse. Whenever it's something that the corporations and the government people latch onto, it always gets worse. It might start out good. You might feel good about it. You might feel good about all the changes that are being done, all the acceptance. And then it gets worse. It always gets worse. Because bad actors are trying to make as much money as possible, power grab as much as they can because everybody wants to rule the fucking world.
Once you had politicians utilizing your own identity for their political gain, guess what happened? Your sexuality became political. It's quite unfortunate, but that is basically what it is. You could thank Bill Clinton for that back in 1999. You got another one here, Halo.
I blame it on the exactly when they started allowing women to vote. Repeal the 19th.
says this Pride Month, we celebrate love, diversity, and the freedom to be yourself. Log into Halo Infinite this month to unlock the Unity coding, visor, and emblem and wear them with pride. Again, another one, Spartans work best when they stand together. We're proud to stand by our LGBTQIA community and colleagues who help us make Halo better every single day. Hashtag pride. Now, guys, it's not my fault. Their politicians utilize
And I call them the LGBTs.
your sexuality for their political gain. If you don't want your identity to be political, perhaps you should stop letting them use it for politics, right? So let's continue. Earlier this week, the official White House account jumped on a tongue-in-cheek post by GameStop to crib up some credit for ending the console war. An eye-rolling but otherwise uneventful AI-generated image of U.S. President Donald Trump saluting an American flag with an incorrect number of stars.
I didn't know it was AI generated, guys. Did you know it was AI generated? Oh no! AI is taking over. The government's taking over with the AI. No, not Trump.
Like, you give a fuck how many stars there are, because chances are a lot of these journalists are the ones that actively participate in Antifa protests. And
Dude, everybody keeps running with this. Like, they fucking got us. Like, they got us that we didn't realize that it was AI generated. Like, they think we're retarded. It's all projection. Because if they think, like, we care about this, they're stupid. I don't know. This is just a dunk for us. But they think it's a dunk. It's so weird. It's almost as if the response was AI generated and they all ran with it.
they're the ones that are burning down American flags anyway. So what the fuck do you care how many stars are on the flag? You're gonna burn the flag anyway. It doesn't matter.
They don't.
A slightly more eventful post happened when the X account put the Department of Homeland Security, which, by the way, shout out to whoever is running the Homeland Security account.
Right?
You guys are absolutely creating massive levels of entertainment for people on the X platform, because the
It's so good,
responses
dude.
and the quote tweets that people have to your particular post are hilarious. So I just want to give you a little shout out,
They're
because that
fucking fire.
It is top
Diabolical
tier comedy, whoever's in charge of that anyway. Shared an advertisement for Immigration Enforcement Agency ICE depicting two Spartans in a warthog under a halo ring with the caption "Destroy the Flood." The Flood being a parasitic alien life form and a major antagonist in the Halo series. Yeah, I gotta imagine that illegal immigration, which is what you don't want to admit this is about. You want to think this is about immigration as a whole. Illegal immigration is a little bit parasitic. You know, they take our money, they take our food, they take our jobs. It's a little bit parasitic, you gotta admit. But anyway, we can scroll down. It is a meme at the end of the day. When PC Gamer reached out to Microsoft stated that it does not have anything to share on this matter. Smart, Microsoft. Don't give these journalists anything. But that doesn't necessarily reflect the people who made the damn thing. Well, aside from one composer who's gone full MAGA, in fact, some are plainly horrified per a recent entry of journalist Stephen Totillo's game file.
Where?
Now, they don't even want to mention Marty O'Donnell, right? They obviously
Fucking Marty O'Donnell. I love this guy.
They have a previous post that they link to, but they won't even mention him by name in the new article, which is fucking pathetic, bro. They're talking about Marty O'Donnell, the composer.
He's the
Halo. That is the level of person we're talking about. Totillo spoke with Halo's co-creator, Marcus Leto, who worked at Bungie until 2012 and was the art director for several of the earliest Halo games. Leto doesn't mince words, calling the post absolutely abhorrent. It really makes me sick seeing Halo co-opted like this. Oh, co-opted. Co-opted, you say? Halo getting co-opted. That's never happened before. That has never happened before. Halo has always been a straight shooter. No pun intended. No pun intended. That was not a pun. Halo has always been a straight shooter. They've never been co-opted. They never once brought any real life politics into it whatsoever.
And the way I look at, if you remove the pride part from this, the way I look at this, if they would have released this for Halo Reach and it would have just been like, these are the Rainbow Spartans, this would have been fine. This would have been really cool, actually. But they made it gay. Why'd they have to make it gay?
Never happened. Oh, sexual identity is not political. Again, don't yell at me. Yell at Bill Clinton, who proclaimed you as a national month in 1999, and Obama has decided to follow up with that during his.
Why they make it gay? I ain't gay.
His presidency as well. Don't yell at me. Yell at them for making it political. But again, the irony is amazing to me. that you guys simply don't just want to admit that this comes down to, number one, not being the same thing. And number two, it's the fact that people who you don't like are doing it. Thus, it makes it wrong. Even though you guys have been doing this forever. Like, the irony is amazing. I don't understand how this is even like, how can you guys speak on a daily basis without smacking yourself in the head with a literal iron for the irony? I don't get it. Anyway, James Grisomere, who was the designer on Halo Combat Evolved and a design lead on Halo 2, also told GameFile that while the initial post of Trump squeezed into a Master Chief suit didn't offend him, usually I take it as a compliment to Halo's continuing legacy, Homeland Security's post crossed the line. Using Halo imagery to call in to destroy people because of their immigration status goes way too far and ought to offend every Halo fan, regardless of political
I fucking hope it does.
I personally find
Why are you crying on the internet, bro?
it despicable. The Flood are evil space zombie parasites and are not an allegory to any group of people. You know, if you guys love illegal immigrants so much, or you think that they should be coddled and loved or whatever, why don't you let them live in your home? Why is it that every time these illegal immigrants get dropped off in very wealthy areas, very rich neighborhoods that usually have people voting like this, why is it that you guys are the first ones to call the police? Why is it that you're the ones that are usually the first to complain and say, get the fuck out of here? Why are you the ones that are allowed to live perfectly fine behind your gated communities, but everybody else got to deal with your bullshit because you want to be, what, fake empathetic online? You know, it really is quite interesting to me. As pointed out by fellow PCG writer Andy Chalk earlier this week, comparing immigrants to parasites or insects to be destroyed echoes the language surrounding some of history's most horrific human rights violations and is certainly an escalation from the stunt Homeland Security pulled with the Pokemon in September. Referring to any one group as subhuman never leads to anything good, says the people who would call Charlie Kirk a Nazi and then celebrate.
I think that people who are criminals are lesser. They're illegal. They are criminals. They came here illegally. We gave them multiple chances. We even paid people to leave. We were like, hey, we will pay you to get the fuck out. And they didn't take it. And if you don't want to take those multiple chances, well, guess what? We're going to make you get out now. And you get nothing.
His death and say that he deserved it. I want you guys to understand the irony here, by the way, right? These are the people who are saying you should never refer to any group.
Learn to meme, then we'll talk. Like, if you want to post some funny memes, I'll be like, hey, yeah, there we go. That's the energy that I want. And I see it sometimes, but it's usually the left-wing people that are pushed over to the right wing, even though they still try to hold on to that left-wing label. But they're not left enough for the leftoid freaks.
Group as subhuman, but then you'll call people literal fucking Nazis on your articles. You will literally do this, and your friends will do this, and then you would literally treat them as subhuman. And then if somebody gets killed because they want to take it too far,
I wonder what they have to say about white people, what they have to say about Republicans and conservatives.
You're going to be the one.
What about Asmongold's audience? I wonder what they got to say about that.
Say, well, you shouldn't have been so bigoted. You should have been a Nazi.
Yeah.
Right? You guys are the first ones to treat people like subhuman. Now you're complaining because other people are being.
Yeah, it's just crying. They're just crying because they're not getting their way.
Treated as supposedly subhuman when really they're just illegal immigrants that need to get the fuck out. Like, I don't understand how this is even remotely the same. But again, it's not the same, right? This is about misrepresentation. Again, I talk about this all the time. Misrepresentation is something these people practice on a daily basis. This is what they preach. This is what they do. They constantly misrepresent everything, and they want to get you upset. And it's hilarious because they're the ones who say we want to get you upset. They're like, oh, the YouTube grifters. They want you constantly angry so they can monetize you. Meanwhile, what we're doing is talking about what you're doing. So
yeah, literally,
it's because you're being stupid.
Yep.
In any case, you guys.
Why are you getting mad online? We don't get mad at nothing online. Like, we kind of get over the top. We kind of get, you know, we display anger, but it's not actual anger. You know, it's just like mostly frustration. I'm gonna yell, I'm gonna scream about stuff that I don't like. But when the video is turned off, then I hang out with my dog. I play a video game. Like, it's not that big a deal. We're just calling out bullshit and making fun of people. None of this is real. The internet is not real. I've been saying it all fucking day. Every single video, I think I've said it at this point. Like, it's not real. Go outside, touch some grass, meet some people. Fuck, man. I don't know what this video is. Resident Evil Requiem, Road to Requiem PS5 games. Dude, I cannot wait for this game to come out. When does it come out? I completely forgot. Leave it down there in the comments. Tell me when this game comes out, because I love Resident Evil. I love the Resident Evil franchise. It's probably my favorite franchise. I have all of them except for a few. I think I don't have Revelation 1 and Revelations 2. And I really want Dead Aim to get a remake. I really want Zero to get a remake. I haven't played the new Resident Evil 3 either. I'll get around to that one, but I heard it wasn't as good as the original Resident Evil 3, which I need to replay. But anyway, I'm looking forward to that movie, and I'm definitely looking forward to the new game. So let's just jump right into it. Let's see what we got here. What's going on? Resident Evil 3, 2 and 3. Resident Evil 4. Oh, it's a recap? Just a recap? That was 6 and 7 is 8. And now it's 9. Road to Requiem.
Welcome, and thank you for joining.
You're welcome.
I'm your host, Maggie
Glad to be
Robinson.
here.
Today, we're giving you a briefing on all things Resident Evil.
Awesome.
Including
Let's hear
a
it.
look back on its terrifying legacy. So you can be prepared to take on the series' latest installment, Resident Evil.
Let's go.
Releasing February 27th,
Okay.
2026.
That's very soon. I'll probably
I'm also
wait a
thrilled
week.
to announce that pre-orders for Resident
Maybe
Evil
2.
Requiem begin today.
Nope.
Are you ready
Nope.
for the horrors ahead?
Not pre-ordering.
To prepare you for Resident Evil Requiem,
Don't
we've
even care about the
created
bonuses.
A special recap. A look back at how we got here, the legendary characters, the unforgettable terrors, and the chilling
All right.
details that may
I'm
be
in.
important to remember as you continue to venture into the nightmare that awaits.
Okay.
So let's begin.
Starts at
With the
Resident Evil
events
5.
leading up to the 1998 Raccoon City incident. Many years prior, a group of researchers discovered the progenitor virus in Africa.
Yep, Resident
Among
Evil
these
5.
researchers was Oswell E. Spencer, a man of immense wealth and influence.
Hey, I don't think they showed Code Veronica X. Oh, wait, no, they only showed the remakes, didn't they? Man, I want that Code Veronica X remake. Like, it needs to be remade. Probably worse than all of them.
Together, they founded the Umbrella Corporation, which on the surface seemed like an ordinary pharmaceutical company. But Umbrella's true purpose, driven by Spencer's ambition to reshape humanity, was to advance virus research and bioweapons development. Many years later, one of Spencer's collaborators, James Marcus, would successfully develop the T-virus. However, in 1998, the virus leaked from a research facility in Raccoon City, located in the American Midwest.
Hey, I live there, man.
The virus spread
Oh, no.
throughout the city.
How did I miss
triggering
that?
An unprecedented pandemic and mutating its residents into flesh-eating zombies.
How come we didn't hear that Raccoon City got ravaged by zombies back in 98? Probably a government cover-up. That's what it probably was.
Only the bravest souls were fearless enough to fight the infected and the monstrous bioweapons born from the T-virus.
I mean, they were kind of forced into it. Only the strong survive, as they say.
Cop Leon S. Kennedy. College student Claire Redfield. STARS agent Jill Valentine.
STARS.
And a handful of others were able to prevail and eventually flee the city. Fearing further spread, the US government launched a sterilization operation, destroying Raccoon City.
It didn't work. It didn't work. There was like 30 more games. It didn't work.
The Umbrella Corporation eventually went bankrupt due to the mounting evidence brought to light. However, its legacy lives on. And as for the survivors, their story was just beginning. Some, like Raccoon City journalist Alyssa Ashcroft, sought to expose Umbrella's darkest secrets. Some hunted the bioterrorists who weaponized Umbrella's research. Others set out to unveil the real truth behind the government's sterilization operation. The aftershocks of the Raccoon City incident would be felt for decades to come. and coincide with other increasingly frequent bioweapon-related outbreaks.
Ethan Winters.
Caught up in one such bioweapon-related tragedy was an ordinary man by the name of Ethan Winters.
Well, he ended up not being so ordinary because he kept getting his hands blown off. And he was basically invincible, which was kind of cool. His hair turned
Ethan
white.
was searching for his missing wife, Mia. Following an anonymous email, he finds himself in the bowels of the bayou at the Baker estate.
Bowels of
where
the
he's
bayou.
greeted by a deranged family infected by a horrifying ailment. Ethan fought to escape their madness and rescue his wife. 3 years later, Ethan would face a new nightmare. This time, his baby daughter Rose is taken away.
Oh no,
by Chris
not Rose.
Redfield.
Dude, Chris Redfield was a fucking retard in this game. I love Resident Evil Village, but like, Chris should have just told Ethan what was up from the beginning.
The legendary hero who survived countless bioterror incidents. Ethan's quest to rescue his daughter led him to a mysterious, treacherous village ruled by Mother Miranda and the Four Lords. Like the Baker family, the village residents were turned into nightmarish creatures. And those four powerful lords, well, one of them was more powerful and stunning than the others.
Oh yeah, she was.
Oh.
She's great, ain't
My
she?
apologies. Now, where was I? Mother Miranda.
But just like all of them, she turns into a fucking monster whenever you have to fight her.
Who shares a deep connection with Umbrella founder Oswell E. Spencer, played a key role behind the village incident.
I just love the vibes of Village.
It was revealed that an insidious force known simply as the Connections was operating from the shadows and also played a key role in the incident. To this day,
I don't know nothing
little
about
is
connections.
known about
Oh,
the
okay. All right.
Resident Evil Requiem
Well, maybe we'll learn some stuff about it.
will be available for PlayStation 5 on February 27th,
I'll be there.
2026.
I'll be
The
there.
series' newest, most chilling installment, where you'll play FBI analyst Grace Ashcroft as she confronts her haunted past and uncovers the truth.
Wait, is it only on PS5? There's no way. Hang on. Okay, no, it's gonna be on everything. All right, cool.
Behind the Raccoon City incident. Prepare yourself for
Oh,
a new
it's gonna
chapter
be so
of
cool.
Resident Evil, and a story that pushes the series forward. Using
I can't
gameplay
wait.
That has evolved.
I cannot wait to see what this is gonna be like, and I love the main character. I think that the main character is gonna be great.
In terrifying new ways. You'll be able to choose between two editions.
No thanks.
Standard and Deluxe.
I don't need
The
it.
Deluxe Edition includes the same base game as the Standard Edition, plus an exclusive pack of costumes and weapon skins. And for pre-orders, players will also get the exclusive Grace's Costume Apocalypse.
I wish this stuff would just be in-game.
But for those of you that simply cannot wait to jump back into the world of Resident Evil, you're in luck. We've severed the price on multiple Resident Evil titles
Yeah!
to make your Halloween
I already have them all.
more heart-pounding,
Doesn't mean anything to me.
hair-raising, and bone-chilling than ever. As you may know, Resident Evil is celebrating 30 years of terror, with many more nightmares soon to come. While our time today has come to an end, we hope to see you again very soon.
Oh,
during
you
the
will.
Resident Evil Showcase early next year.
Actually, you probably won't see me because I'm gonna be stuck in my house until I beat this fucking game. I
where
can't
we'll
wait.
descend even deeper into all things Resident Evil Requiem.
Let's go.
Thank you all for joining.
I can't wait to see what the new remake game is gonna be, and I can't wait to see more stuff from the movie. And I hope it's either a 10 out of 10 or it's like a 3 out of 10 and it's really bad. I don't want something mid. Like, it's gotta be garbage.
Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
Grace. They're coming.
Grace, confront that fear.
I feel like it's gonna start out very scary. She's gonna be very emotional, very confused, very afraid, and she's gonna be hardened throughout the whole thing. That's the vibe that I feel that they're gonna bring to this. Like, kind of like they did with Village, where it was started out really slow, really scary, you're weak, but by the end of it, it's a fucking action game.
I miss Ashcraft.
And I love it. I love every Resident Evil pretty much. All of the mainline Resident Evil games are great.
What is happening here?
No way this is going to be the first bad one.
There's no escaping your destiny.
Hey! Help! What did you hide behind that painting?
Oh, yeah. That's so cool.
Who are you?
Oh, boy. That shiver breathe. Oh, yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait. This might end up being... I hope this ends up being the best one, but I don't know how it's gonna be. Like, oh, dude. It's so good. It's so good. So we got a new AVGN video out. I reacted to the very, very first AVGN video on YouTube, and it's just, you know, fitting that I react to the newest one that released right after I posted that old AVGN video, which I'm gonna get back to some old ones. But I want to watch this new one. I don't even know what this game is. Werewolf: The Last Warrior. Never heard of it.
It's the spookiest time of the year again, and you know what that means. Time to watch some of my favorite horror films. And while Monster Madness this year has been all about screams not on screen, I'm still searching for specific movies to watch, and it always amazes me.
I love Monster
when
Madness.
I can't find it on streaming. But with Surfshark VPN, I can get right to what I'm looking for.
Yeah, VPN. I'd rather build my own
and you'll find
VPN,
the
but...
200. Keep your personal security include Shark VPN. They're at check.
There we are, Cinemassacre, let's go! This is cool. This is like old news station, and a sci-fi movie type shit. I like that a lot. Oh! This is like old. This is actually the very first AVGN. Been uncovered. Written, directed by James Rolfe. Love it.
Well, it's Halloween once again. And
Well,
as
not
always,
yet.
I'm
Not for
reviewing
me.
Something creepy, something crappy. But for this occasion, I'm equipped with a cane of silver. It has the pentagram, sign of the wolf. What a coincidence. It represents my own primitive impulse to curse. But I'm going to try to avoid...
This does give old-style AVGN vibes more than the recent ones have been.
...the curse. Let's see if I could review it with class, dignity, and a clean mouth.
NES?
Werewolf: The Last
Okay.
Warrior on NES.
For some reason, I was thinking this would be like a PS1 game or a PC game. We're going back to the NES.
Text describes a
I like
mad
the
doctor
NES.
who's created a band of biomonsters to imprison the planet's population, and the only one who can stop it is a werewolf.
I like it so far.
That is quite magnificent. Considering this is
That's pretty
1990,
cool.
I would say that's a pretty satisfying introduction to a game. You're telling me I'm going to play as a werewolf with
Ooh.
blades for arms?
It looks like
Well,
Rampage.
sign me up. Oh, come on now. This is how the game begins? You're just thrown into a one-on-one button masher beat-em-up? This makes Double Dragon Mode B look like a masterpiece. And would you know the controls are swapped? B jumps
Oh,
and
no.
attacks. Have they played another NES game? That's not how it works. They put all this effort into the cutscenes, giving it this brilliant comic book aesthetic. They know how to look nice, but don't know the difference between left and right. Kind of person who wears a real sharp tuxedo, but with their shoes on the wrong feet. As human, your only attack is this lousy punch, but soon enough when you touch a red W, you turn into the wolf. Wait, hang on a second. Don't knock? Well, I was gonna knock, but now I'm not. Thanks for clearing that up. I would have never known not to knock. How would I knock? There's not even anything to knock on.
Yeah, what does that even
What
mean?
is it pointing to? There's nothing there. And this sign
just a
keeps showing
texture?
up again and again. So it must be important, right? But how could it be if you can't knock, but don't knock? No problem. I won't. By the way, the character's name is Werewolf. At first I thought it was a
That's
typo.
great. Okay.
I thought they meant to say the werewolf. But no, it's intentional. The character's name is Werewolf.
That's all you need
That'd
to
be like if
know.
he called Mario
I guess.
Plumber.
Yeah.
They went through all the effort to have this
I mean, not very creative, but okay.
awesome design and these blade arms and everything, and then they couldn't come up with a better name than Werewolf? I'm not kidding. I counted. They say it 6 times. 6 times? But hey, here's the thing. Don't knock it, if you will. The manual calls him Warwolf, which is so much better. And in the comic book, yes, there was a comic that came with the game.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
On the first page, they clarify that his human name was Warwolf. But now that he's a badass blade-armed wolf, he's just Werewolf. Wow. They went above and beyond by including a comic book.
That's really
for
cool,
a dumb
though.
name like that.
Yeah.
You know, I hear Dracula's changing his name to Vampire. Of all the stupid things, that is really friggin' stupid. I'm gonna lose myself. And I'm only in the first level. This werewolf, formerly known as
what is he not allowed to swear anymore?
Werewolf, has so many awkward moves to pull off, like this wall climb. All it does is get me stuck like a fly on flypaper. And please explain this to me. Why does he need to climb a ladder when he can climb the walls? Makes the ladder seem a little rather superfluous, don't you think? A and B does a backflip, which is rarely useful, and then there's a ceiling grab. You have to jump with B and then press up and A simultaneously at the precise moment you touch the ceiling. This werewolf does so much crazy stuff, the only thing he can't do is knock.
Yeah, right. It's almost like a shitty version of Metroid.
You turn back into human, or should I say back into werewolf.
It's like Metroid mixed with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
So now you're 1,000 times weaker, but you're probably thinking, there must be some benefit to human form, right? Well, to answer that, no, there isn't. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. Nobody wants to be Jekyll. He sucks. And I'm sorry to mention that putrid game again. It's not...
Dude, I just talked about this game and I just watched the video. What are the odds?
Meant to be a
not
running
pre-watched,
joke.
I promise.
It's a running curse. Oh, and what happens when you touch the blue W while human? Guess what? You take damage. That's just great. Ugh, what's up with these laser showers? I just get zapped to death. I tried waiting for a pattern, I tried crawling, I tried running, jumping, nothing. I figured the best bet is to just take damage, hoping to make it through, but there are so many lasers I'm never gonna survive.
There's gotta be a way, a better way, a better way. Oh.
And that's that. So
Well, you're not gonna say ass? Come on, man.
You just backflip through it?
I mean, it worked in Resident Evil 4.
You just backflip through it. Well,
this is where it all started.
This game.
Oh, come on. Why are you doing this to me? Just say fuck. Oh. Kill it. Thank you. Now he's gonna be a werewolf.
Who are you?
The game bit you, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Did you curse yet?
No, I haven't cursed yet in this episode.
Even the nerd who is pure at heart and says no
Okay, it's part of the story.
may become a swearwolf when he boils with rage.
Swearwolf?
And
Okay.
the game gets worse.
Love it. This is an early internet-ass video.
Oh no.
It is
destroyed
back.
a game. I tell you, a plain, ordinary game.
What was this, like, Polybius? What was that arcade game called? Is that nightmare fucking game that
Stage
doesn't
2
exist?
takes place on the street, so now he's like a street brawler werewolf. Sure, whatever. But then you go down and take a guess. Take a wild guess where you end up. In the sewers. Do you think there's enough NES games that have sewers? How much more cliche can you get? Oh my god, bats? Bats in the sewers? This is every NES game chewed up and barfed into one pile. Green goop? You know there's always toxic green goop in the sewers. This is giving me Ninja Turtles vibes. Especially with that shitty...
Yeah, everything gives me everything vibes. Yeah, this was a very unoriginal game.
Unreachable jump.
Did I just say shit, man?
Halfway through the stage, you end up climbing a building like Batman and Robin.
Mamma mia!
Good day, citizen. Don't...
I wish you could just... like it's fucking Rampage and then eat them.
Mind me, I'm here on official business. Once you reach the rooftops, it becomes a labyrinth of steel beams. I mean, look at that. You're telling me I can't go up there?
Don't let your steel beams be dreams.
Wait a minute. Did lightning strike me? Yeah, just a random, hey, guess what? You're dead. That's a cheap shot. It's uncalled for.
Yeah, that's how it be
Anywhere
sometimes, you know.
You have to memorize where the lightning strikes. And there's a difference between dodging something and just knowing where it is because you've played it so many frickin' times. What game does this remind you of? Do I have to say it again? Do I have to say it? No, I don't.
Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end.
Then there's all these leaps of faith, or faithless leaps of death. It looks like you're supposed to go down, but you just drop and die. But then there's times when you're pretty sure you're gonna die, but there's no other options left, so you give it a shot, and it works. Like, how was I supposed to know that?
It's like you're expected to have some extra senses to just sniff it out.
Stage 2 ends with the crazy...
He's turned it into the werewolf.
Easiest way I've ever seen to enter a boss fight. You go ziplining and then fall all the way down, and next thing you're fighting Juggernaut from X-Men. I don't mean it looks like Juggernaut, it is Juggernaut.
That's
this
fucking
is not
Juggernaut.
Like my Transformers review when I jokingly said that Trypticon is Mecha Godzilla. This time it's like the same character. But no, let's get this straight. This isn't Juggernaut, this is Ironhead.
There's been some speculation that this game was originally intended to be an X-Men game because of how similar the characters are. I mean, if you look at Wolverine, you'll see what I'm talking about here. But it's only a rumor. It's not like the final boss is going to be Magneto.
Stage 3
It's definitely going to be Magneto.
Take another random leap of faith.
Oh, now I'm not going to be able to unsee the fact that this was supposed to be an X-Men game, even if it wasn't.
And drop into some sort of base. This is where the game goes from frustrating to downright unplayable. It's that alarm sound.
Yeah, no thanks with that.
Stop.
Yeah, get that shit out of here. Oh! You sound like Richard Nixon.
This isn't one of those beeps when you're low on health. No. This is just a random alarm for no reason whatsoever. Did someone set off the metal detector or something? What happened? And it's continuous. You hear it throughout the whole stage. What's the point?
Why is that guy dancing?
Going, oh, you know what this stage needs? A big, blaring, obnoxious alarm. Because who needs music? And why are these superhero guys calling me a hoe? He's calling me a hoe. But when he's looking the other way, he says, oh. Like they literally flipped the graphics.
Oh, they did. 1000%.
How am I supposed to get over these spikes? Oh, I can zip line. Perfect. Wait. You gotta be kidding me.
That's shitty. That fucking sucks.
You're supposed to drop down that hole, which you would think would kill you. And now where do I go? I guess I'm gonna drop down there. No.
Oh, damn.
Now you're totally messing with me.
Trial and error?
Son of a...
What?
This
Okay.
whole thing is one sick joke.
Shit's worse than Dark Souls. Hey!
Then you have to
You got
dodge
some
lasers while hopping over platforms. But you need to do the backflip, which you can only do as Werewolf. If you're Werewolf, aka human, just give up. Wait a minute. When he lays like a pile of blankets, he looks like Mr. Hyde. Anyway, if you're not Werewolf, you're not passing these lasers. Your best option is to die and start the level over. But no, you can't do that because you have only 5 lives, which means 5 continues. And even then, you backflip through the lasers only to fall in a pit. Oh, that's because
Dude,
the
fuck
screen
this game.
doesn't scroll when you backflip. Somebody really fudged that up. Then you jump down another blind pit, and next thing, the boss rushes you immediately.
That Flash?
There's no way to avoid it. How cheap is that? It would be like a boxing match where you get
It wouldn't
punched
be
before
Flash.
the bell rings. No
Who is it in Quicksilver? There we go.
warning, nothing. And then you notice the timer's ticking down. Yes, if you thought life wasn't cruel enough, this game has a time limit.
Damn.
Come on.
Yeah, fuck that.
Come on.
Yeah, this seems like a speed running challenge game. Wait. Hold on just a second. Is this a Witcher game? This looks... What is this symbol? This looks like the Witcher symbol. We need Geralt to come in here and just kill
that made me so
Werewolf.
nervous.
Warwolf, whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh.
When you make it to stage 4, you're told that water is the natural enemy of a werewolf. Water? Seriously? Was that ever part of any werewolf lore?
No?
Wow. No kidding. But the water kills him as human too, so go figure. Anyway, this is the most hellish waterfall stage of all time. You take 2 steps and something hits you. It's the knockback, man. But it's not just a knock back, it's a knock forward or knock any which way that results in instant death. How about don't knock? And if you even stop for a moment to contemplate what you're gonna do, the twig from the Karate Kid Typhoon stage comes flying over. There's nothing you can do. The fish keep on coming. There's no break,
Fucking
no
fish.
pattern. They just spam you till you fall. You wait for them to pass, but
Yeah, this is just a quick money grab, I think.
there's always more. And it doesn't help that every time you die, you go back to being human. The jumps are spaced too far apart, and I haven't forgotten up and B makes you jump extra high, but it only works whenever it feels like it.
Dude. Oh man, I am so glad that I didn't end up with this game as a kid, because I had very few games, some of them were shit, and just one more in that collection would not have been good for me.
Ugh, darn. Shoot. But. Fudge.
Oh no!
That's weird. I'm not supposed to do that. Please slowly morph on camera. Yeah! What was the movie that did that? Was it the original Werewolf movie? That's cool. I love that he did that. Definitely a callback to classic horror.
Look at me! I'm a fucking swearwolf, for Christ's sake!
Fuck this waterfall stage. This is where the game designers decided you are not meant to pass. It's just one big fortified fuck zone. Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Fuck! Oh wait, I did it.
So now I'm reaching the end of stage 4. Hang on. That is a ladder, right? Why can't I climb down? Is it just for fucking decoration? Here, you think I would go right, but that would be too obvious. No, instead you have to go to that broken ladder and drop.
Yeah, fuck this
Then
game.
you fight the stage 4 boss. And
Thank you, James Rolfe. Thank you, Nintendo Nerd, for playing this game so I didn't have to.
And by now I realize I barely have any time left on the clock. Get down here. Look at that cheap move. He's staying in the air. He's staying up there to run the clock out. Fucking asshole.
Wow.
Get down. Get down here. I did it. With 8 seconds left.
Beat the whole game?
Yeah! You could lick my hairy wolf nards!
Stage 5 brings out the fuck. There are so many
Nope,
shitty jumps,
damn.
so many enemies ganging up on you, and constant knockbacks. Hey, right there. Don't you think I would fall straight down instead of diagonally over? Sometimes, even trying to make a normal jump, you almost have to glitch yourself up there.
As a lycanthrope, I'm not liking this. It's so fuckified it's as if it was designed by Butt Crack Bob. I'd rather eat the hardened cat piss from a litter box. As a wolf, I might actually like that. But the point is, this game
At
was
least
a
the
bad
smell of it.
time.
You'd think I could go right, but no, I have to go up to the higher platform because that slight elevation in height makes such a huge fucking difference. Come on, get up there. No, ah, what the fuck? Fuck! When I say things are impossible, you know, of course, it is.
This could have been a very good game. They should have just worked on it a little longer, probably. Somebody needs to take these old games and tweak them and make them better. Why aren't we doing that, actually? Why is that not a thing that we're doing?
It's possible, which makes it worse because it's an incentive to prolong the suffering. You know how many times I had to restart from the beginning? You don't want to know. You think some extra lives would have helped. Instead, all I find is stuff you don't need, like money. I'm a goddamn werewolf.
You don't need
what would I
money.
need money for?
Right?
Could you imagine a werewolf walking into a store? And what's this?
Sounds like
It
a
looks
setup
like
for
the
a joke.
pissing statue from Jekyll and Hyde. There is no doubt Werewolf the Last Warrior is the spiritual successor of Jekyll and Hyde. Two equal planes of shitty
Yeah, it's undeniable at this point. It was probably going to be a sequel.
Existence, and at the nexus of it all, the statue. It marks the spot, the unholy shrine of the gaming world.
But there's no piss. Where's the piss? Maybe the piss is turned off. Well, I'm pissed off!
And after the non-pissing statue, you reach a dead end. Oops, wrong way. You might as well just fall and die.
And after you've navigated this mess, you reach the final boss. Yeah, that's right. Only 5 stages, but thank fuck.
The doctor drinks a potion, yes, once again like Jekyll, and turns into a doppelganger of Werewolf. After some tedious trial and error, you nail down his pattern and beat him. But after that, you wait, and wait, and wait.
I thought I'd seen it all, but here comes a game where after the final boss, nothing happens.
That would be pretty funny if literally nothing happened.
Come on.
Then, after 30 seconds and nothing, the ground starts shaking.
Another final boss?
Well, we're waiting. All right, here we go.
Okay. Oh. Is that Magneto?
It's Magneto.
Yep.
And
It's fucking
definitely
Magneto.
Just think, I almost shut the game off when I would have missed the most blatant X-Men ripoff. He is a son of a bitch. He throws shit at you and makes lightning appear. Fights like an asshole. The only way to make it through is if you manage to stay in werewolf form and keep up with the pattern flawlessly.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna win.
No, he's not. He gonna die. And there you go. The end. Fuck. All right. That's all you get? It was all for nothing.
American Werewolf in America. America!
Next time? Next?
No! No, thank you. There will be no next time. Is there a sequel?
No, no, no. I'm telling you, there's not gonna be a next time. I'm never playing this filth again. I'm so mad I could rip somebody's head off.
Is it a child? Nope. It washes off the werewolf. What do you do? Just reverse the video? That's good. And he's dead. No more AVGN videos, that's it.
The way you walked was nerdy, though no fault of your own. But as the game flushes down the toilet, diarrhea enters the sea. Tears turn to piss in a predestined end. Now you will have peace of shit.
Yep, that's it. No more. AVGN's done. No more shitty video games. It's finally over. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. All of it. It started with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and ended with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde 2. The sequel that's also an X-Men ripoff. Written, edited, directed by James Rolfe. It was good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
As a lycanthrope, I'm not liking this. It's so fuckified, it was as if it was designed by Butt Crack Bob. I'd rather lick the hardened cat piss from the inside of a... Fuck.
Oh, you're gonna have to give that another take. Dude, I love AVGN. I could not wait to see what the next AVGN is. It's probably gonna be like a Thanksgiving episode or a Christmas episode or something. I'll be here. I'll be here. I love it. I'm gonna react to some more AVGN, but I'm gonna do the old ones. And I'm not gonna do all of them, but I am gonna go through some greats, some favorites, and just randomly go through them.
Donate to the page.